Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Map My India, I would like to welcome you to the first Map the Future conference. This conference is powered by Map My India. It is our privilege to have you with us today. We hope you'll find the program we have lined up to be fruitful, stimulating, and engaging. MAP. 3 letters, which you probably saw outside. I'd like to contextualize them with a quote. A map does not just chart, it unlocks and formulates meaning. It forms bridges between here and there, between disparate ideas that we did not know were previously connected. We hope that today's conference helps create capacity to build these bridges so that we may collectively become the fountainhead of ideas. To anchor this session, we have Rohan Verma, Chief Technology Officer and Executive Director of Map My India. Rohan is an electrical engineer from Stanford University and has an MBA from London Business School. What is even more important that Rohan's journey started when he was only 19, maybe slightly earlier. But by 19, he had developed mapmyindia.com, the first interactive portal in India for maps. That was his starting point. And since then, he has been discovering maps, working with maps in Map My India, and building humongously successful products and services. May I request you to put your hands together to welcome Rohan Verma, Chief Technology Officer, Map My India, onto the stage. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for being here with us today. I'm going to try to look for the clicker before I start. And if I can't find it, I will request the console to move the slides through, because I cannot find the clicker. So welcome to our first flagship Map the Future conference. I hope that curtain raiser gave you a sense of how the map is central to all of our lives and all of our success. At Map My India, our mission has been to make our world better through maps and location technologies. And we've been doing this for 25 years. Our approach has been to create the most advanced, accurate, and unparalleled map data for India. And we use this as a base to build powerful location intelligent offerings for consumers and enterprises, using the following 4 areas of innovation. The first is advanced maps. We really want to build the most advanced map that can power super safe self-driving cars, that can power smart cities, that can power smart businesses, smart infrastructure, and make all of our lives as consumers better. But we don't just want to stop at building a map. We want to build and provide a whole suite of location technologies, devices, sensors, and apps, platforms on software and APIs, which allow enterprises or consumers to get hardware, software, and apps that can benefit them. That's what we call the Map My India map. Can I go to the next slide, please? So before I tell you about the journey of our map, I actually want to run you through the TV ad that we've been running in the screens for the last 1 month, because it summarizes what all we do at Map My India and what all could be possible if we look at the future. So can we have the video playing, please, of the TV ad?
जब इंडिया की तरक्की तारों से भी परे हो, फिर इंडिया को कौन रोक सकता है? इंडिया की गली से लेकर गलियारों तक, सड़क से लेकर दरवाजों तक, सही पते तक हम पहुंचाएं। अब पता ढूंढा नहीं, पाया जाता है, क्योंकि इंडिया में पता ढूंढना अब बाएं हाथ का नहीं, एक उंगली का खेल है। अब बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ाना हो या तरक्की की सीढ़ी चढ़नी हो या फिर खुशियों को बांटना हो, आपको हर मंजिल तक हम पहुंचाएं। इंडिया के शहरों से लेकर सरकार तक एक स्मार्टर और बेहतर इंडिया बनाने के काम में मैप माई इंडिया, क्योंकि हर पता हमें है पता।
So, why did we envision this conference, and why did we request all of you to join us today? Because we believe that the future is important, the future is happening now, there's a convergence of technology, the world is getting interconnected, we are using mobile phones every day. Technology is shaping our future. And we believe at MapMyIndia, if we get a grasp on technology and the map, we can shape that technology and that map that will shape our future. So that's our simple idea why we thought of having a conference called Map the Future, where we can pull together futurists from across industries, experts who understand their spaces deeply, and talk about how we all together can map the future of a better India. But we can't understand the future without knowing our journeys. The passion for maps came to me because of what my parents were doing. The passion for maps in MapMyIndia 750 people came because of what the founders were doing. And so let me walk you through quickly the journey of MapMyIndia's map from the past to the present of unparalleled map data. In the early 90s, there were no digital maps for the country. It was survey maps, cartography, which the British had done before they left India. MapMyIndia pioneered digital mapping in India since 1995. And that was known as GIS, Geographic Information Systems. In 2004, 2007, and beyond, we decided to transform ourselves from empowering only enterprises to empowering consumers and professionals who need navigation digitally, not just dependent on the panwala or by rolling down the window and asking somebody. And we started to evolve a map to a 3D navigation map. And we collect maps and build maps quite simply. We have people in the field powered by cutting-edge technology and equipments. And they go into the field, collect data, we process that and create a professional map, which is the most accurate representation of the real world. A few years ago, we set ourselves this challenge because we believe we had addressed one challenge or one milestone that we will build India's most comprehensive digital map data set. The challenge was, can we build a map so advanced that it can power super safe self-driving cars in India, that it can make cities smarter? And that's the idea with which we launched RealView. Since then, we've moved forward with this idea, and that's what I'm interested in telling you today about the future of maps and location technologies, is this idea of the digital map twin. We are talking about at MapMyIndia bringing in technologies that can map in full 3D and 360-degree the outdoors, not just from the ground, but from space and from the skies using drones. Not just outdoor, but also indoors, because 90% of our GDP, 90% of our activities happen indoors. So factories of the future, retail shops of the future, warehouses of the future, critical infrastructure of the future, buildings of the future need to be mapped indoors in full 360-degree and 3D. And that's what we're trying to build at MapMyIndia. This mix of outdoor plus indoor plus 360-degree plus 3D and augmented live, updated continuously using the stack of telematics or feedback loops where we can gather data, process data, stream data, and then publish it back, is what we call the RealView digital map twin. This is a world first. We believe that India will leapfrog the rest of the world, be it the West or the East, when it comes to digital mapping. And we spent a session in the morning kind of going into depth of this. But let me use a small video to give you an example of our vision of how a world with the RealView digital map twin would look like. Can we have that video, please? So I hope that was interesting and gave you a sense of, if you don't find the clicker, it's okay. Okay. I hope that gave you a sense of how the digital map twin of the world will look like. If you go to the next slide, I'll try to explain to you in a bit more depth. Let's move. So this is how the map of the real world could look like in 3D. And if you keep going through the slides, you'll see certain animations. The first thing is civic sensors. So we're getting people to report issues using the map app. They can report issues around traffic. They can report issues around safety, feeling a sense of non-safety, where road conditions are bad, electricity is missing, so on and so forth. That's what this idea of civic sensors are. It's you and me working together, having a civic sense, and working together to report that back to this digital map twin. Let's go to the next slide. Augmented by real-world sensors. So we put sensors and IoT devices into vehicles, into smart street lights, into all sorts of infrastructure, so that we can get back information as to what's happening. We can capture information in the real world. In fact, what we're trying to do with our different types of cameras or scanners is basically this idea of computer eyes, which can capture and perceive the world in reality. If you go to the next slide, you'll see more such examples of sensors. But interestingly now, when the vehicle has a sense and is connected to all the civic sensors and real-world sensors through the backend platform, which can process that information, capture the real world in full 360-degree, 3D, and all sorts of data, process that using all sorts of in-touch IoT-based platforms, analyze that using our insight engine, and then do machine learning, computer vision, data processing to create a map, a digital map twin that can help a vehicle guide itself, drive itself autonomously. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see that the car behind is having a sense of the bystander or the pedestrian, as well as the car in front of it. It's talking to each other. That sensor is talking to the vehicle in real time and also talking to the map in the background and augmenting the digital map twin. And finally, this digital map twin should not stay static. It should continuously evolve. So as it gets new information, it's not just a digital snapshot of the real world in 360-degree and 3D, but it's advanced video. So let's go to the next slide. Thank you. We believe that having a digital map twin can help power smart cars, super safe self-driving cars that have awareness around themselves so that they can avoid obstacles, avoid accidents, that can navigate themselves autonomously because they have the model of the world really burnt into their memory and brain, and also that they can send information back in real time through our telematics engines. But we don't want to stop at just powering smart cars. We want to power smart cities, smart infrastructure, smart buildings, and smart consumers through our digital map twin. And we believe this is the only way that we can solve this problem and opportunity of self-driving in India. Because we don't believe in this concept of technology just for technology's sake. We want to make our world better through maps and location technologies. So we want to reduce car accidents. If vehicles can drive autonomously and they can talk to cities and infrastructure control rooms, roads can get continuously better. This will improve cities and infrastructure. And we'll talk about that in panels that are coming later today. So this is a sense of how we can drive into the future with safe, self-driving cars in smart cities. I'll show you a quick video on kind of how we are going about building this digital map twin using sensors in the experience zones outside and in Culture Gully. You will see 360-degree cameras, you will see laser, which can scan, you will see drones, which can map from the skies, and you will see trolleys, which can map the indoors. And also you will see video streaming technology and data streaming technology, boxes that stay in the car that can take that data and send it back to the cloud. And you will see all about our analytics engine, our IoT platform, with the idea of how we build the advanced map. But let me show you a quick video to give you some perspective. Can we have the video of advanced? gives you a sense of, a quick sense on this. And we're happy to announce that we're acquiring a Bengaluru-based technology company, the leader in video maps, worldwide pioneer of video maps, ex-Intel and ex-Stanford guys. And we're going to have a Bangalore Excellence Center around advanced video maps. And really, if you think about it, that's how we see the world. We're generating advanced annotated video. Except in the digital world, you have precise measurements of everything. It's not an analog perception. And hence, you can use it for computation and actuation in a car or in a smart city. But how do we make the digital map twin idea real today? In fact, when we map so many parts of the world and we're trying to model the real world, well, we have to give an identity to every object, to every address, to every place. And it's not just a technological question. Indian addresses are confusing. I mean, you and me know how confusing it is to give doorstep directions to people, how confusing it is to get doorstep delivery, doorstep taxi pickups and drop-offs, and building level governance. It's okay to get to locality level, most of the maps out there. But getting to doorstep level, well, those maps are just good enough. We wanted to build something better. And the idea was, why don't we take this old, useful, valuable concept of the PIN code, which is an area. 6 digits in India represents a PIN code. Well, we said, why don't we make it 6 characters and give every doorstep a PIN code so that you don't have to say C2 by A, 149B, Janakpuri, New Delhi. It takes you so long, and you have to fill it up in different fields in an e-commerce website. Why can't you just say 6 characters? It's easy for us to remember 6 characters, the same way we remember 6 digits of our PIN code. So it's simple, it's precise, because we have professionally mapped these. It's literally our equivalent of Aadhaar. Aadhaar is for people, is what e-lock is for addresses. And it's ready to use. We have already professionally mapped and created 2 crore e-locks of public places and addresses. So in case you live in an address which is already mapped by Map4India, all you do is search on the web on eloc.me, eloc.me, for your address, and you get your eloc link, which is eloc.me/87df8b, for example, of Kingdom of Dreams. And in case you want to make an eloc for your particular flat on a particular floor, in a building, in a complex, in a city, you can do that too. You can add your place in Map4India and get the eloc back instantly. And we will professionally map it and verify the attributes later. So we're trying to increase adoption of this digital identity of places. And if you look at it, we have a pretty wide scope with what we're trying to do with eloc. And if you take one thing back from today's conference, it's really about how we can create this foundation for a smarter India. Well, if you're talking about the real world, well, you have to have a smart digital address. So be it navigation, taxi pickup and drop-off, doorstep delivery, disaster management, property tax assessment, asset management, solutions for municipal applications, rescue, e-commerce, etc. At the core is our map data, which is this 2 crore e-locs and growing. Above that is our API framework. And above that is the simple e-loc link, digital address service, which is an open standard. And we offer platform services, data as a service, image as a service, and real view, this 360-degree digital map twin concept as a service. And we do professional services, real-world services, where we do primary data collection if you want us to capture data of particular addresses or places. We do doorstep verification and authentication. And we do affixation of house number plates and stickers with the eloc ID to really spread this idea of eloc across real world in businesses, governments, and across India. We're inspired deeply by what the Digital India stack is doing. Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, mobile, the UPI layer, the e-sign, Aadhaar authentication API, digital locker API. But if you think about it, there is something missing. It's location. All of these things like Aadhaar addresses an attribute. When you file your income tax, addresses an attribute. But you can never uniquely identify an address and link everything to that address. So how do you make sure that an address resident is paying his taxes? How do you make sure that a resident of an address is getting certain public services like LPG or subsidies. Well, we believe eLock is that platform, product, solution, service. eLock is for addresses and places the same way that Aadhaar is for people. So we believe that location inclusion in digital India will drive India forward in a much larger way. But we don't want to just stop there. We've built this digital map twin, we've identified it using eLock. So now how do we make our map usable and beneficial for all billion Indians? How do we make maps for an aspirational India? Well, we thought of introducing a map app which can take inputs in multiple languages. An app where it not only translates, but it transliterates. And we thought and reinvented the concept of a map app beyond what you're used to from others. I'd like to invite Tarini to talk about that.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to start by addressing maybe the most obvious or linear way in which we can relate to a map. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a map app. Something that we use to search for directions or check traffic, get an alternate route maybe. A basic navigation tool. But we at Map My India actually think of mapping as much more than that. In one app, we've integrated mapping, navigation, tracking, and analytics. And why have we done that, right? It's because we are thinking of a map for you. What do you want to see? Your world, right? Your community, your city, your exact surroundings. So let me take an example to help make this clearer. One of these days, I was coming to Kingdom of Dreams. So I opened my phone and I typed elog.me/87df8b. And I was on my way. Actually, along the way, I felt unsafe. So I just long pressed on the map app, and I got a whole list of smart city issues that I could report from. This could be anything from water wastage, electricity failure, pothole, broken street light, you name it. But I chose to report that I was feeling unsafe. In the next screen, actually, I was able to see all the reports in that area, overlaid on a map. So along with the restaurants and the hotels nearby and the houses and the roads, I was able to see all this report data overlaid on the map and analyze it. And this is really powerful, right? For us as users, maybe even for local governments, businesses, we can analyze data on a map. What happened after this, actually, was that my nearby friends got a notification through the app. And one of them asked me to share my location with them. I just simply right swipe, and I could share my location for a certain period of time. So I gave the permission, and they were able to track me till such a point that I felt safe. Now, the Map app has a set of really cool features. It talks about my people and my devices. Now, my people, my devices, what does that mean? So if you have a device in a fleet of cars or vehicles, two-wheelers, anything, you name it, trucks, or your workforce is using, let's say, Workmate by Map My India, which is a workforce management app, you will be able to see all your people and all your movable assets, in a sense, on the map. That's your entire business on the map. This all aligns with our greater vision of making the Map app for all billion Indians. We didn't just stop at an app. We want to make this power, we want to give this power of maps to everyone, and in a sense, democratize the map. One way in which we are doing this today is through Hey Maps. And for that, I'm going to hand the stage back to Rohan. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Tarini. So you saw what we're trying to do with the Map app. But we believe that we need to take it one step further, because maps are not just used in a map app. They're used in e-commerce, in taxis, in filling out government applications, and searching any website. Wherever you see a smart address input, or you could be chatting with somebody and say, hey, where's that place? Well, that's from where we got this inspiration. We are launching today a keyboard app and assistant called Hey Map. You can literally type into your keyboard, Hey Map, show me a hotel nearby. Hey Map, what's the e-lock for this place? And not just type it, you can speak to it. And not just type and speak in English, but actually in any language of your comfort, in any app. So we took this approach of building a custom keyboard in partnership with Reverie, which is one of the leading language technology companies in India. And the reason why we did it is fairly clear. 4% of Indians speak English. The dialect changes every 40 kilometers. So the map should not just be in English, the way you see it on the right. It should be localized. It should be in Hindi, and not just translated or transliterated, but localized. And we didn't just stop at converting our entire map data repository, and MapIndia possesses the most comprehensive map data repository of India. We made it available across not just any language, but across any app or website, and that's what we call India's first language-based map keyboard and mobile assistant, Hey Map. Now, I'm coming towards the end of my presentation, and this is really the purpose of Map the Future. We want to map the future together. We think of maps deeply, and a map is inherently made up of nodes and links. We are not alone. You are not alone if you're part of the map. Together, we can achieve great things when everybody is connected in the real world. And we want to work with the ecosystem to make the world better together. There are a few announcements we shared in the morning, but it all stems from this API stack. Whatever MapIndia does in terms of end products, we've built a platform, an API stack, across advanced maps, geocoding, auto-suggest, e-lock, navigation, both online and offline, without internet, in dark spots, for telematics and tracking, for geofencing, for getting alerts, for tracking mobile phones or different IoT devices, for controlling them remotely so that you can action things, and traffic API or live map APIs. And there are 10,000 developers and 5,000 enterprise customers who are either using MapIndia's API stack or building their own solutions on top of MapIndia's stack for their own specific domain use cases. And we work very closely with many of them. So a few announcements that will show you the breadth of what we do, but in no ways is this exhaustive because there's so many of you that we work with. The first is with ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization. We've integrated with Bhuvan, which is their satellite mapping portal, which they have the ability to do near real-time satellite imagery updates. It's the official source of satellite imagery in India, and it's an indigenous mapping technology, and really, really good. Not just that, so we matched up MapIndia's map with ISRO, so that you can see a hybrid view of ISRO plus MapIndia, and both of us can update maps in near real time. But also we worked with them for Navik, which is India's own satellite navigation system. There are 7 satellites up here, and it reduces the dependency on any foreign technology. So that's the announcement with ISRO and MapIndia. With IDEA, what we're trying to do is solve this problem of physical supply chain frictions. Now, the trucking and transportation or logistics industry is a huge contributor to the economy, but there are frictions in that. Those frictions could go away if you could know precisely where any good or any delivery is right now, the status. The problem is that not all trucks are captive to their customers. They are third-party trucks, and not all third-party truck drivers want to invest in GPS devices. So with IDEA, we took their platform around SIM location tracking, enabled it with MapIndia's InTouch IoT platform, and had a solution together with IDEA, which is going to market, which enables anybody in the transportation industry to track open market trucks. We know from our customers this is a big problem, so we've tried to solve this problem in a way it's called a disposable IoT or a non-device requirement. This IoT, we think there'll be huge takers for this solution. We look forward to talking to you all and sharing the solution. Some other things. We're working with our investee company, Visit, which is a health tech company. It's an AI-powered telemedicine platform. And you can chat with any doctor or consult on video with any doctor. The idea behind Visit is to bring healthcare anytime, anywhere. But we wanted to make an obvious difference in the real world to make Bharat Swasth, which is if you actually need real-world health facilities and it's not sufficient to just chat with a doctor or talk to a doctor, then you can discover nearby health facilities. Chemists, you can order from them and live track to them. In case of an emergency, you can order an ambulance. It gets to know your immediate location through the e-lock, navigates using our navigation technology, and you can live track it. So there's no time wastage, and we really believe this will make Bharat Swasth and save many lives. Similarly, with Atapaha, which is a smart street lighting company, we're taking this idea of how do we build energy efficiency across the country. Now, their idea is to automate street lighting so that you are not wasting energy as well as lights get switched on when they should switch on outdoors. Now, using our InTouch platform, IoT platform, they can actually monitor their devices in the field and manage them, so basically control them. And those get automatically switched on and off based on the sun's location and the geographic coordinates. And this can also lead to efficiencies in fixing things or like emergency response. You can think of what all we're doing in this space. So we don't want to stop our innovation at just few companies. We have 5,000 enterprise customers, there are 5 crore plus businesses in India, and there are 125 plus crore innovators in India. So with AppMy India, we want to build a smarter India. It's our developer platform. We have 10,000 plus developers already on AppMy India. In fact, through this contest that we ran, we had 8,000 registrants. And last month at BITS Pilani, we actually had the finale. And today you'll see those finalists here and the awards happening in the evening. We saw phenomenal apps, ideas, creative ads, and a call for research. We're also working closely with Let's Venture, a startup funding platform, to encourage funding of good startups which are coming up with great ideas and apps from the AppMy India program so that we can institutionalize this innovation spreading. And we're working with Udacity, which is a leader in self-driving car courses, to really train and recruit professionals who understand the jobs of the future, AI, machine learning, computer vision. So that's how we look at strengthening the ecosystem. We are a Make in India company. We believe solemnly in the Digital India vision. We believe that those two combined with AppMy India is the best for India solution. And by leveraging maps, Digital India, Make in India, and the rest of India can become the best. In the end, I'd just like to share with you, we did this in the morning, where we're a different company. We're map people. We want to build maps for the future, but we never forget our journey. That has been the way our founders started this company in the early 90s, with leaving everything that they had in the US, their careers starting from scratch because of their sense of duty and commitment to do something for their country, India, and to take on a big challenge. People call them crazy. Why would people need digital maps? But they said no. We think digital maps will benefit everybody because someday 80% of all location data, of all data would have a location component to it. Well, the 750 plus AppMy India folks and the rest of us are committed to continue that vision, mission, values, teachings of our founders. And we want to make the world better through maps and location technologies with you together. So I look forward to a great conference of great panels. Thank you for listening to me. Looking forward to interacting with you all. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Rohan. At this point, may I request Dr. P.G. Divakar, Scientific Advisor, ISRO, to come onto stage and share his thoughts with us. Dr. Divakar is an outstanding scientist and the Scientific Secretary of ISRO. He is one of the leading lights of our space industry. Dr. Divakar.
Very good afternoon, and I'm very happy to be here today. And I think we had some excellent presentation done just now by Rohan, which clearly talks about the kind of vision what we have from this particular company, Map My India, how they would like to take the digital platform for all of us in the country, and how they would like to really see India in the future. Of course, we have had a couple of interactions with Map My India in the last couple of years, and then we understood the kind of serious company they are and how they would like to really look at using even space data. As you all know, ISRO has been working to have self-reliance in space technology. So when you look at space technology, it's again all for development, and when you talk about development, obviously it has to reach out to the common man. We from space area have been looking at the Earth observation system of satellites. In addition to that, the satellite communication-based services to the country. And recently, we have also established the constellation for navigation. As you all know, just now it was talked about that we have the NAVIC. Initially, we called it as IRNSS series of satellites. We have a constellation of 7 satellites, which allows you to have our own navigation system in space. It's basically signal in space that can be used for various types of location-specific information on the ground. A mention was also done on Bhuvan Geo platform. We have worked on this for about 6-7 years now. 2009, we released this particular platform. The whole idea at that time was to have the wide varieties of satellite images which ISRO is able to give to the country was all put together on a geo platform, and it was made available. But we have moved much beyond just showcasing the images. Today we map the entire country for its land use and land cover. We have last 14 years of land use, land cover available for every year. We map every 5 years very high resolution imaging for, again, land use, land cover. We do the near real-time disaster management, especially for emergency management. It could be floods, it could be earthquakes, or it could be the various other forewarning systems in terms of floods and forest fires and things like that. All that get posted onto Bhuvan proactively. Bhuvan also carries every 15 days what status of water bodies in the country. India is a very huge country. Water is a big problem, and we have a mechanism by which we put out all the water bodies in the entire country. And Telangana state today uses it very, very efficiently to geotag all the water bodies, because water is precious, and they do near real-time planning with respect to the requirements of water even at panchayat level. So there are a lot of additional applications which are taken up by the respective states, not only the states, even in the country. With the present government, there are huge possibilities which we are looking at. For example, everybody knows that there is a rural employment guarantee scheme, which we talk about as Manrega scheme. It uses the Bhuvan platform for geocoding or geotagging all the assets that get created at the rural level, and they are all visible today. Otherwise, Manrega used to be a program which doesn't show anything on to anybody about what's happening, but today, using the images in the backdrop and the geotagging technology using simple mobile apps, we are able to provide that kind of a tool for the government which showcases the actual assets that are getting created on the ground. In addition to that, the government does spend a lot of money on various other infrastructure. It could be rural or urban. For example, if you take rural, it is a huge program which is called as a watershed development program, which has large number of assets being created for soil and water conservation. All those assets which get created automatically get geotagged, and we also capture it using space data, and that gets provided onto the system. In addition to that, if you look at the 100 Smart Cities program, or you look at the Amrit, which talks about 500 cities which will go through systematic planning, is completely supported using the geospatial technology from ISRO's satellite imageries. So I can just go on listing out large number of applications that ISRO is trying to do today. But all that using just image data is not good enough. It is obviously necessary to have a large amount of attribute information the map information, and a huge asset of map information is what is required. That is when we felt that MapMyIndia is one good company which possibly can showcase its maps with the satellite images of ISRO, and we had a simple understanding of putting it for societal cause. Both these servers running from two different places are mashed up in an amicable form so that it can be used in the public domain for societal purpose. And it has rich values both from the mapping point of view, from the attributing point of view, and also utilizing the advantages that you get when you have a 1 meter resolution data which is put out for the advantage of the context. The context plays a very major role because when we talk about the image analytics or image interpretation, one thing which is very important, even for MapMyIndia, is to really look at the machine learning and deep learning techniques. Today we talk about the machine learning and deep learning techniques within Bhuvan to see to that we provide the right kind of analytics as far as image data analysis is concerned and providing the additional advantage of geospatial inputs. This gives a big information for anybody who would like to do planning and management. For example, if you look at a village panchayat and if you would like to really look at the kind of agricultural productivity of a panchayat level, it will be possible for you because you will know from the space data how much amount of area is really having productive agriculture in that area. It has a lot of advantages when you really take it to the productivity, take it to the various other means by which the country's self-sufficiency can be addressed. There are various advantages like this when you see the water, the land, and its use, even in addition to the environmental concepts, when you look at the amount of forests we maintain and how much amount of carbon is really taken into consideration when we talk about sequestration. So it is very, very important that we maintain the balance of vegetation versus the amount of carbon dioxide, what we are talking about. So in fact, this entire data, what we have on Bhuvan, it's running into terabytes because we have historical data also put out there, can really lead somebody to work towards climate-related studies. Bhuvan is that kind of a platform which is again working very closely with MapMyIndia, which gives you that additional advantage of thematics. Thematics can be in terms of various aspects. As I told, it can be in terms of disasters, it can be in terms of agriculture, it can be in terms of geology, it can be in terms of the groundwater. We have the entire groundwater mapping of the entire country done, and it is put out as Bhuvan Bhujal. So it looks at the underground resources, the surface resources, as well as the various other analytical information that gets integrated with the excellent attribute information and the map information that is available from this particular portal. So today, that way, when we look at the map the future, that's what this particular conference talks about. We need to go much beyond what we are today already talking about. A large number of things were addressed just now by Rohan, which really paves the way for looking at the future possibilities, especially when you are looking at use of ICT technologies in the smart city concept. Smart city concept basically looks at the SCADA system and also the ICT technologies to see that your water resources or the sewerage or the electricity or the road traffic control and things like that are well controlled and automatically managed and monitored in a smart city concept. We are building such technologies with some of the cities which are already going into it. Naya Raipur is one particular city which is already implementing smart city concept. We work very closely with them with the geospatial technology. So sky is the limit when you really look at use of technology and taking it to the common man. I'm very happy that today MapMyIndia has come to this level where they can really talk to people at the lowest possible level so that they really give the local information, especially the e-lock tool is a very, very interesting tool. I'm sure it is going to open up a new vista of possibilities for the future. I'm very happy that I'm here and I'm able to share some of the knowledge what we have been able to gain using the technologies what MapMyIndia has, plus the kind of technologies what Bhuvan has. And Bhuvan has its own vision for the future, and I'm sure we will work very closely with MapMyIndia to see that the technologies reach out to the common man. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Divakar. May I request Dr. Divakar to stay on stage, please? May I request Mr. Rakesh Verma to come onto the stage to thank Dr. Divakar for the time he's taken with us, as also to congratulate Dr. Divakar and ISRO on the phenomenal achievement of the 104 satellites they had launched by presenting him with a bouquet of flowers which has 104 roses for the 104 satellites and one extra for wishing Dr. Divakar and ISRO all the very best for the future and even greater success in the times to come. Thank you very much, Dr. Divakar. Thank you very much for your time you've taken out today for us. This brings us to the first subject session of the afternoon. Seize the future with the Internet of Things. Everybody has thrown this word IoT around. Just a few letters. They are so easy to rattle off, but difficult to describe. Yet there is deep meaning and immense opportunity. To tease our senses and whet our appetite for all things IoT, please welcome Rishan Kalra, Vice President Technology, MapMa India, who's going to take us through the session opening address. Rishan? Mr. Rishan Kalra on the stage, please. I apologize for this, ladies and gentlemen. Just give us a few moments. We will figure out where Mr. Kalra is and get him on the stage shortly. I've been told we're having audio connecting problems with him, so he's coming on stage very shortly as soon as the connectivity is up and ready. Thank you.
Hi all. Sorry, I was stuck somewhere. Can we have the slide, please? Good afternoon, I'm Rishan. I'm a VP product with the company. And we are here to start the first panel session of the day, which is IoT. And I quickly want to take 2 minutes to just explain what we're doing in the field of IoT. It's pretty exciting for us where this whole line is going. MapMyIndia is a very powerful stack around this. We have like a very comprehensive solution. If you see the slide, it's a beautiful slide around what we are doing. It explains you. From left, if you see, we have those multiple sensors which we have around environment sensors, around sensors in the vehicle, around people sensors. We have those nice watches which work on LBS. If you want to have a look at the experience zone, please do. And then we also have these nice small asset trackers which go from anywhere between 5 days to up to 3 years. Just brilliant for the kind of applications like, for example, usage-based insurance. So these are some of the devices which we have. We are also currently working, and we also have devices on the LoRa technology. This is a very new technology in the field. This is basically has applications around smart cities. It's a very low bandwidth consuming technology. We've integrated those sensors again on the platform. And on the right hand, what you see, the slide, is our integrations with different ERP systems for customers. This is where the market is going. I think all our customers today expect deep integrations with their systems and providing one seamless experience. This is what InTouch offers. And then we also have deep integrations with a lot of network operators. This is where the M2M platform comes into the picture. We've already integrated with a couple of them for the Indian market as well. And on the right, below what you see is a very powerful API stack, close to about 20 different kind of APIs which are there available. Do have a look at the experience zone. Again, we have a nice demo on the APIs there. And these lovely solutions which are based on our APIs, which is WorkMate, which is a field workforce management solution. Then we have a school bus solution. As you know, CBSE has approved and mandated the use of MDVRs and tracking devices on all the buses. This is what the solution is about. And of course, solid waste management is the new thing for smart cities. Do have a look again at the experience zone. We have these nice bins which are smart, and it's pretty cool tech. So I think with this, I can quickly call Karthi to start the session. Karthi, can I have you here, please? Is Karthi here? Yeah, good. Guys, give him a round of applause, man. Brilliant guy. He's the moderator for the IoT panel. Over to you, man.
Let's just invite all the panelists and then we'll start. We have probably 40 minutes or so. Why don't all the panelists please come on stage?
We'd like to welcome Dr. Rishi Mohan Bhatnagar from Eris, Mr. Bhushan Sethi from IDEA, Ms. Farhan Haq from Vodafone, Mr. Aman Chawla from Athapa, and Dr. Sachin Pukale from Tata Communications. And obviously, Karthi Madasamy from Qualcomm. Many thanks. Karthi, over to you.
Sure thing. So, IoT, just as Rishin pointed out, it's kind of like really a large voluminous space. And, for many of us who've been in the industry for a few decades now, it started off as machine to machine, M to M, and then it became Internet of Everything, Internet of Things. But if you do Internet of Everything or Internet of Things, you cover a lot of things. You cover from personal stuff like your wearables to things at home, your building management system or building monitoring system, to vehicles, vehicle communication, to industrial assets, to factories, to cities. So I think it's really a catch-all phrase. So I think I would say for the long time, it was trying to figure out what it is. It was going through an identity crisis, if you will. But I think things are changed now quite a bit. I think there is definitely a lot of momentum around the space. And we have people that are doing products in the space in the panel. We have people that have platforms, that provide platforms in the space in the panel. And then we have operators as well. So I think we'll have a great discussion. So what I want to do is, we have roughly 35-40 minutes, so we'll jump right into it. So let's go from the left. So let's give an idea of what you're doing, what your focus is, but then maybe point out what is different now. Like we see that IoT has been around for a long time. So what in your mind has changed in the recent past that it is a big potential area of growth at this point?
Thank you. As introduced, I'm Sachin, and I'm from Tata Communications. So what we are actually trying to do different here is we are communication providers to India. So we have a legacy of VSNL. When we thought about what's the next wave of communication that we require is the devices. And when we looked at the device space, the things were changing is not a lot of devices will be, working on the reliable power source. So this is one thing that we thought, okay, I think it's a big problem to solve. This is where we are actually bringing a technology which is low power, wide area network technology to India, and we are making it available to, the ecosystem to evolve and, basically develop use cases on that technology. The technology is actually suitable for battery operated devices, which needs very, very long range communications, going in tens of kilometers. This technology is already deployed in India in 3 cities, and we are, planning to deploy in further 60 cities. What has changed is actually we have seen evolution of mobile, and the things are getting disrupted. Cars, connected cars, not all the technologies, the needs will be met with the LoRa, but there are use cases such as like what just Rishin talked about, solid management. The bins does not have the reliable power source, and they need, to be operated on a batteries for years. This is where the LoRa will actually play. So what is actually changing is the government is looking at smart city space, but they do not have the reliable communication methods to, deploy such use cases. This is where the Tata Communications is trying to, bring the change. Thank you.
So, Dr. You are like an international company. So, from your perspective, give an introduction and also what in your mind changed globally and in India.
So, we are a Silicon Valley company, a very different kind of organization. 2 decades back, we started. We are a virtual network operator in the United States. But we give connectivity only to machines. So we are a machine VNO. So we started, in the United States, multiple parents are allowed when you are a VNO. So our SIM can shift to the best possible network available in a given location automatically. So that's the kind of IP we have. As a result, it was the best possible connectivity available for any kind of machine. So from machine to machine communication, we did a SIM management platform, device management platform, data aggregation, application enablement and analytics, and a complete OSS/BSS stack only for machines. So we became from a VNO, a VNE, enabler to the operators to become IoT service providers. So many of the operators in the United States, started using our platform to sell the IoT services. In India, the biggest change I feel, I am also the chairperson for an IET India IoT panel, and I'm working very closely on the IoT steps in India. A Silicon Valley company, instead of thinking India to be a captive, a low-cost center, thought it is the best place to implement IoT solutions. The margins might be less, but the volume is so high that if you really want to implement, and if you can implement a solution in India, it can be implemented anywhere else in the world. This first thing was, the biggest change, definitely as my colleague said, that, the technology is improving, the cost of devices are reducing, and, the biggest thing that has happened in India is the initiative by the government to willingness to provide services to their customer. And for the large volume which India has, the only way to provide those kind of services or to take it to whether it's smart cities or best health is only way is through technology. And I keep on giving this example before I give it back my mic. It's for 70% of the population in India living in the rural area and 75 to 80% of the paramedical staff living in urban area, if you really want to provide medical services to all people in India, only technology can help. Otherwise, you'll require 1.6 million more doctors and 2.4 million more nurses, which is not possible. So the only way it is possible is via IoT. And that's the reason, and there is a willingness by the government to provide that service, is making it more convenient for people like us to come and invest and to have solutions. So, on our end-to-end platform, we are working very closely with more or less all the operators in India, and we are participating with SI and solution partners, and we have an end-to-end ecosystem, including MapMy India for devices and solutions, to take them forward and sell the IoT solutions. Yeah.
So as an operator, what has changed in your mind?
What has changed? Okay, a little bit about ourselves first. So I'm a part of Vodafone, and I look after the IoT business. Vodafone has been doing IoT for the past 40 years, put your ideas. As you rightly said before, it was even called IoT. It was machine data and then machine to machine. And globally, we have different models of operating. It could be end-to-end, providing end-to-end services, just as Rishi mentioned, or it could be providing communication, managed communication, that is connectivity plus a platform. The platform that we bring to the table is what provides security to the communications. So it helps you identify where your devices are at any given period of time, manage the usage, manage the scalability of what's being used. So what has changed over the years? India has evolved, and all the plans which has come, like be it Digital India, Smart Cities, Make in India, the startup foundations, all of it encourage growth. When you're saying encouraging growth, what it does, it allows you to provide, to take mobility as a platform to connect India to Bharat. That is the only technology which can connect. So the enablement or the push by the government has what has changed. Because we have seen that every single geography where the government is invested in making the country better, safer, digital, IoT has grown in those countries. So I think that has phenomenally changed in the couple of years.
Hi, I belong to a smart lighting company by the name Matapa. And so we are into smart street lighting. We automate street lights. And the turn on and turn off of street lights is controlled by a product. So to answer your question, what has changed? So I think the traction that we see from the government sector is one thing that has definitely changed. There is huge volume that we are looking forward to. But along with that, one more thing that I'd like to mention that has not changed is that the government still doesn't fully understand the technology. So standardization is something that they need to be educated about. So a lot of private companies are trying to build things for the smart cities, but there are a lot of cities that come in between, villages and smart cities, and those cities are implementing solutions. So if I can call my product IoT, it's being used in one of these cities, and they're not using any platform, they're not using any standards, but they're using a product. So at the end of the day, if I have to summarize it, I think we should not look at a product like Nest in India. I think India will have its own product that is going to really break through and give more clarity. But definitely whatever that product is, it's going to break all records because India is unique, and I think I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah, hi, my name is Bhushan. I'm representing Idea Cellular. I'm responsible for product development and marketing operations for Idea Business Solutions. So as per my understanding, I think, IoT and M2M, which are being used interchangeably, are the same, two sides of the same coin. In the last, I have been working on this IoT space, I think for the last 10 years, and I'm very closely monitoring it. And I'm seeing a huge change now happening, So I'll tell from the operator perspective. Yeah, well, I know each one of you have your own perspective, but I'm just telling you an operator perspective. Today, in India, there are about 6 to 7 million SIMs which are being used for different M2M applications. And they're going to become about 25 to 30 million in the next 2 to 3 years. Now, what I'm seeing is as an operator, maybe, if I just go back 6 or 8 months back, there were hardly, 30,000 SIMs, 40,000 SIMs which were getting sold on IoT application. But in the last 6 months, I'm seeing huge engagement coming up, specifically in the finance sector, in the location-based services sector, and I'm now seeing almost 2 to 3 lakh SIMs being taken for different M2M applications, particularly around finance and location. Now, what are we doing as an operator? I think at this moment of time, yes, we are, looking at a couple of applications which are like large in nature because we as an operator would not want to get into every application. We are looking at location or maybe finance as two big applications where, we would get into in a big manner. So this is it from my side.
Thanks. I think so 2 or 3 broad themes I got was definitely one is the government emphasis, focus around smart cities, smart infrastructure, and unique application. And also the cost of devices and the cost of technology has come down and whatnot. So I represent Qualcomm Ventures and we invest in IoT startups. And one of the, we've been looking at IoT startups for a while. And one of our, findings has been that, most of the first generation of IoT solutions in the last several years have been very undifferentiated, if you will, or the barrier to entry is reasonably low. They just typically bolt on a connectivity platform and then call it IoT. And it was probably useful still, but you could never scale up because it's fragmented, anybody can build it type of a thing. And we also didn't see a India unique problem that they're trying to solve or a solution that they're trying to come up with. Maybe we'll start with the operators here in the room. When you're looking at now guys that are coming to you for partnership for IoT and things like that, how much are very standard vanilla, hey, I want to just provide connectivity, that's the basic thing that we require, to much more complex, hey, this is an India-specific problem, you know, whether it is waste management or whether it is some agriculture stuff and whatnot, saying that it's a very India-specific problem and it needs to be solved this way type of a thing. Why don't we start from you? You know, what is your thought process in terms of India-specific problems or the evolution of types of problems being solved over time in IoT?
It's a good question. When we started actually looking at the market, what we realized is the IoT has been, a lot been talked in the West, where the cost of the labor is on a significantly higher side. So where they try to put the technology in place is basically to optimize, bring in the efficiency, and reduce the cost. But when we look at the Indian scenario, the things are totally reverse, where our cost of labor is low, cost of connectivity is low, and the cost of deploying solution is sometimes even lower actually. So the challenge is that what we have to really look at is the challenges which cannot be solved with the people. Because if person can be put there and can be solved a problem, people will, put the people in and get this solved. Just to we looked at the metering market, just to give an example. The cost of meter reading by a person is close to 5 rupees. When we talk about the cost of the connectivity, even on the SIM card, when the LoRa was not there, was 10 to 15 rupees. So just looking at the replacing 1 meter and replacing with the people, the cost of connectivity itself is is not affordable. So when you look at the Indian market, I think you have to be different. You have to think differently, not you're trying to remove the people and trying to bring in the efficiencies. What you have to bring in, maybe the safety aspect, maybe you have to bring in the the other aspects of the solutions, maybe the proactive maintenance, preventive maintenance, which are not possible with the human operators being in place. These are the value-added things that you need to bring in. When we look from the Tata Communication perspective, our offering is the core, which is the network. Yes, because we know how to design the network and how to put up the network. But what we understand is, by just taking the network to the customer, he says, what I'm going to do with it actually. Because he's not bothered what data he measures, what communication channel he used to get the data, what platform he uses to store the data, and what analytics tool he uses. What he's really looking at is the business value that he's going to drive. So the customer look for the end-to-end solution actually. So our strive is actually to approach towards trying to understand the problem, maybe do some joint workshop with the customers, and figure out whether is it a real problem or it's just a surface problem. Because what we see is only the tip of the iceberg. The problem is actually totally different. Not to remove the people, but use people to do things more innovatively, more intelligently. That's the way I think that India has to look at when we talk about the IoT solution implementation.
Okay. So I'll say what is the difference? So I want to say some of them are like cookie cutter, but like for example, tracking is the most obvious when you think about IoT. But there is a need. We have a very, very weak supply chain back-end systems. So FMCG companies need to know where the goods are at any given period of time. So tracking is a need. So you'll have a lot of startups which do everything around tracking. So be it real-time tracking, shipping tracking, people tracking, asset tracking, the host of tracking. But what we have seen in the last 2 years, some unique solutions I mentioned, is, for example, a solution called Nano Ganesh, which remotely triggers and starts on and off irrigation pump. Okay, solutions like Gaia's Swachh Bharat, it's like a small button. It's very similar to Amazon button. You put it there and you can kind of press a button saying yes, no, is your bathroom clean? This is for the public toilets. Or a solution for a company called Cardiac Design Labs, which is very similar to your pacemakers. And so or another one, just SUCAM, which does solar panels. So these are solutions particularly pertaining to the problems India faces or leveraging the strengths of Indian environment. Solar, we have abundance of solar. Are we leveraging it for using electricity, or are we leveraging water or controlling the amount of water wastage we are doing? So all these technology, all these solutions, leveraging IoT as a solution in whatever form, it could be cellular, it could be narrowband, it could be Wi-Fi, it could just be an SMS alert, different forms of communication, but these are the ones which actually make a difference. But having said that, that no way undermines the tracking solutions which are doing, because that will remain the bread and butter of IoT. That will remain unless we strengthen our entire infrastructure, like Rohan mentioned, having that really cool, when everything, there's sensors around. We will need to track where assets are remotely. We will need to prevent misuse of a meter. That's why we need to put that SIM there so that nobody goes and tweaks the meter. Or we will need to know whether the pipelines or the cameras are not, there's no malafare. So you will need solutions which are basic tracking, basic remote management and asset optimization. But having said that, there are these really cool solutions that I've met in the last 6-7 months.
One is different economics because of what India is, the other is different unique solutions. Any perspective from you from idea perspective? What has been different in terms of the IoT solutions specific to India?
So as I mentioned that we as an operator typically very happy to provide SIMs, for any type of applications. But there are few specific areas which we have now shortlisted and where we have started working now. Now, logistic and transportation is one very large sector, which we see as a very, very high potential area. Almost logistic and transportation contributes to almost 15% of the country GDP. But it is, I think, a sector which has not seen much technology and innovation. One of the biggest challenge which we have seen, while we alone cannot solve all the challenges of logistic, but one big challenge which we see in the logistic industry is maal kidhar hai. The customer, the consigner, the consignee, the transporter, the logistic company, everybody are guessing ki maal kidhar hai, and nobody knows, except the driver, and he's, sitting at a dhaba, and having, his lunch or having his nap. Now, this is where, this is one area which we have picked up, okay, and we are working extensively into this area. We have been working for the last 15 months to develop a solution around this. We are meeting different stakeholders, logistic companies, manufacturing companies, consignees, transporters, and understood the on-ground delivery and dispatch problems. And we have developed a solution along with MapMy India. We have developed a solution which is a disposable IoT solution where, you can, as Rohan mentioned some time back, this is a disposable solution in which you can track your consignment at the start of the journey. The SIM cards will get activated at the start of the journey, and once it reaches the destination, it will, deactivate. So it is an extremely useful solution. Almost 90% of the dispatches in the country are happening through third-party trucks. They don't have any captive vehicle tracking devices. So this is a solution which I think is a first of its kind, which we have done along with MapMy India, which I think will create, huge potential and advantages to, all the stakeholders in the industry.
Sure. So we have two product companies here, so let's put the next question to them, right? So one of the things, right, so as IoT becomes an important area, Cisco made big acquisition, Microsoft has its play in the market as well, and a lot of the audience here is also entrepreneurs, right? So the question is, first of all, is there value for a startup to go create value? Number two, what would be your thought process in terms of when you have bigger guys who offer products in the space, how would you advise your startups? Any learning from your own experience as well, maybe from a product perspective?
So you asked multiple questions, Karthik, so let me try to answer a few of them. So first, we are a Silicon Valley product, IoT platform company. And we realized that, how can we enable the operators to go and sell the IoT solutions and get an ecosystem placed. So the one thing which everybody will agree that it's not a one-man game. You require multiple players to participate. Who the front end is can be a different person, can be an SI or an operator who fits at in a particular location, a particular position. But you need an ecosystem. So how we are trying to create an ecosystem is what we are currently working on. How can we have a device partner? How can we have an operator, an SI or a solution partner to go to the end customer as an end-to-end solution provider as a single neck to choke, a different kind of business models for maybe a revenue sharing kind of model, CapEx, OpEx, all those kind of things which we keep on doing. So definitely there is a play for all the product companies like ours. And you know, as Karthik mentioned, you know, Cisco acquired Jasper, Microsoft has Azure, and many other players are having different kind of organization. I'm not here to sell my own organization, but we are an end-to-end IoT platform providers. So if a company buys Jasper, they'll have to buy Azure, they'll have to buy ThingWorks, they'll have to buy IBM Watson to create an IoT stack. I'm altogether integrated with 10 million devices, 1.5 billion messages, and 60 plus IPs on machine to machine. And I can, you know, tell you here that majority of the operators are using my platform in India. That means I have a play. Okay, so that's one thing. Second, on the startup community, whether they have things to go or not, if they have the right solution, which can, you know, sometimes they don't realize that they have a solution, but they don't have an ROI, or there is no business. So how can they get a mentorship? How can they create that solution? There is definitely a huge go for startups. You know, as you know, Farhan mentioned, you know, for the solar industry, especially in India, you know, I'm not sure how many of you follow Piyush Goyal on Twitter. It is for the first time in India that from a 2-digit number per unit, the cost of solar power has reduced to 3.15 rupee per unit. And what all has gone through, if you start doing the calculation, I am one of them who helped that happening. And what was that reason was that, you know, if a solar panel goes down, one of the panel goes down, the power generation from the whole unit goes down. And then a person goes with hectares of land. You know, if you go to a Gujarat plant or somewhere in Haryana or Rajasthan, it is in hectares. Somebody goes on a bike and touch and check which is the panel which has gone down. That means it takes around 7 to 8 hours. And if it is evening, that means you have to wait for the next day to see whether there is a generation of power or not. We created a mobile solution to check which particular panel has gone down. It has reduced that timing from 8 hours on an average to half an hour to fix it, which has resulted in huge productivity gains and the production gains, and you know, the opportunity is high. As a result, when you are able to generate more power, you are able to reduce the cost from the same infrastructure. So all of these things are helping, and that is with one startup in Bangalore. Okay, they created that solution. The cost of that solution is very low because, you know, that startup came up with that idea, and we implemented it in our platform, and we are running it. So, you know, startup has huge say, and I feel that, you know, that's the way people should go for.
How about your experience? You know, how do you look at the big guys in the space when you thought about your solution, and then through the concept to deployment, and then going forward, how do you look at the guys, big guys making big splashes in the space versus what you're offering?
I think, simply put, India is very price sensitive. So I think solutions built around features and technology at times are hard to sell. So I think if you're able to solve a problem with your product, and you realize that if you are able to reach fair volumes and you're able to meet the price point at which it can sell, I think your job is done. But at the same time, I think, like Sir had said, that IoT is not one person's game. So I think it is time that there is a ecosystem develops in India. So there should be a kind of a consortium where people like platform players and hardware suppliers and services companies can all get together and probably create specifications and kind of spec sheets for these products that maybe startups can take up. And I think that would be, so there is a whole lot of technology that there is out there to develop, and I think it's a very exciting space for startups.
Okay, so one is to find the right areas of solution, and then find your space as well. So let's switch gears a little bit, because there are tech entrepreneurs here as well. You know, as we looked at IoT startups, like I mentioned, like from early on, it was very vanilla solutions to now newer tech solutions, whether it is edge intelligence, security, and whatnot. Right? So maybe we didn't have to go in order, but anybody who has offered things to talk about, what is on from a technical front of things, right? What have you seen in the recent past that is fundamentally changing any one segment of the IoT or any one segment of the solution, whether it is LoRa, whether it is edge intelligence, security or not? Anybody want to jump in and give their thoughts on what, on the technical side of things, what is new that's coming or what is just changing now that is very exciting?
As we are sitting in the conference, which is mapping and location, to talk about 80% of the solutions in the IoT will need the location information. It's the same statistics what we follow actually, what been talked since morning. So you need a technology basically which will not eat up the energy or the the resources available on the devices and still provide that information. The technology which provides will is one of the success criteria, I would put it, will go for the solution what we talked about, whether it's logistics, whether it is telematics or it's a connected car. The location is the primary thing. The second aspect is when we talk about millions of devices to be deployed, we need to have really low cost solution. And the low cost solutions brings the cost of the technology should be low. It has to be open source. If it is not open source, it has to be easily available, not with IP and the patents associated with it, and there's a tag of licensing fees associated with it. So the innovation to happen, we have to have really low cost of the technology. That's there. What we have seen in, with the LoRa, some of these attributes are very closely connected. What we see is we have to track every consignment, that if I have to put a tracker inside it and track from one corner to the other corner, it has to live on a battery for 30 days and those kind of things. So when we talk about the things which will make or break some of things, the cost of technology should be low. Location should be inbuilt inherent feature with this technology. Beside this, one aspect we have to look at is how we are going to actually implement the millions of devices. Are there going to be persons going to be every and install every device and provision, start the connectivity, or it is going to be more automated? So the cost of provisioning is, I think, I don't know how many people are thinking, but that's going to be make or break. And over and above that, yes, there is a lot of innovation happening at the edge side. And a lot of things actually will evolve as this is, the early days of the, the market, as opening up. I see there's a huge potential on the edge computing.
So, yeah, I'll add to that. Over and above what my panelists mentioned, security, we're seeing more and more a bigger concern. The fact remains that now we're not talking about, as you mentioned, not about 30,000, 40,000 devices. We're talking about lakhs of devices. You talk about 1.5 million streetlights. We talk about the 200 million AMRs which Mr. Goyal is planning to automate, right? So the volumes are phenomenal. Now what happens when these volumes are out there, most of them are remotely placed in some interior location, right? The security of, and sadly, we don't have M2M standards or M2M regulations, so we are governed by the telecom laws. So the security of what and how the device or how the SIM is being used or how that communication channel is being used becomes absolutely essential. So security is becoming another very big thing, and that's where the point of having an integrated solutions, as she mentioned, helps, right? So if you have to have security not only at the application level, but also the device level, but also the network and platform level. Because at every given period, at every given step, if you're augmenting it with security, the final solution is foolproof. I'll take an example, and I think it's in the Syria-Turkey belt, there was this petrol pipeline which got hacked, right? And the way it got hacked was through one camera which was not secure. So the aspect is, if you're having so many devices out there, and in a country like ours, which is vulnerable to various other challenges, security of the devices has to be absolutely essential. And that's what we're seeing is becoming one of the key things in happening.
Anybody else want to add? All right, maybe, so I think we're coming to the end of the panel. The one question maybe, given the people in the audience here, would be maybe just one short sentence if you were to give as an advice or a key message that you want to give to the ecosystem.
Who are not able to tell, even that kind of data can be collected. This is where the technology is going. And I personally saw a demo where a drone moving on this will be able to collect what you are thinking. Okay. Okay. So, all kind of privacy or kind of thoughts which you might have. It's a drone in demo, which will be roaming around above us. We'll be trying to collect the data from my brain or our brains and trying to see what exactly are we thinking. This is where we are going.
That's scary. But
That's scary.
any one-line message that you want from an operator or a startup perspective that you want to give to them?
So I think, as she mentioned, security, standardization, and simplicity are three things which are, upmost in IoT. In fact, while I mentioned in the starting that M2M and IoT are, the same, two different faces of the same coin, but actually there is a difference between both of them, while I didn't want to get into that. M2M was always about connectivity, but IoT is more about application. So it's very important, as long as it was connectivity, GSM has a standard to secure the communication, but as you are getting into application, I think security and simplicity and standardization is very, very important for the applications to evolve.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So unless you want to have a last word.
Yeah, I think I'd like to encourage more startups to come forward and take the challenge phase first. And I think my experience has been that it's not easy, definitely not easy, but if you have your idea is clear what you need to achieve, I think even in a place like India, you can convince even the lowest layer about the benefits. And I think one experience I'd like to share here, that you asked about the challenges that we face in deployment. It's not easy to get across to a person about how easy it is to deploy a technologically advanced device. When you say that you just connect the power connection and it will start working. So when you ask him for price, he thinks that it's not easy and it has a SIM card and it was packed in 2 boxes, so definitely I need to charge more for this. So at the same time, there's a municipal corporation whose warehouse we are using to store the boxes, and the people in the municipal corporation came forward and said that we'll help you deploy it. Because that guy the contractor is not reasonable, we'll help you deploy it and we'll install it for you, just help us initially. So I think technology, it can communicate and it can cross barriers of language and expertise, and I think that's the thing that I'd like to say.
Okay. With that positive message, let's bring an end to the panel. Thank you. We have more panels coming up your way as well, and more similar applications. Thank you for all the panelists to share your information. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthi. Thank you, panel. And the photo session. Thank you once again. Our next panel is on mapping the future of vehicles and transportation. Right. It is said that life is a journey. Enjoy the drive. This is exactly what we hope to do in this session on vehicles and transport. To spin our wheels, we have Shivalik Prasad, a self-confessed automobile aficionado. Shivalik Prasad is the executive director of MapMy India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shivalik Prasad onto the stage.
So thank you, everyone. It's been a long day. First, thank you for coming all the way, either from Delhi NCR or from outside of the city. Many have flown in, so we appreciate that, and thank you for your time. It's a working Monday, and everyone's busy, so appreciate it. I'm going to be talking a little bit about automotive. My background, I'm one of the board directors at MapMy India. I look after the business in the company. And I kind of like cars and bikes and have always liked it since I was a child, like many of you. I believe that the way technology is moving forward, it will change the way we move from place to place, right? Traffic is a big problem today in India, as you see. And if you go back to 1910, there was a World Congress somewhere in the US, and the biggest problem there were horses, right? There was a lot of horses in different towns, and horses are animals, and they will create a mess everywhere. And every town used to stink. And that's the concept when towns started getting washed. So there was a global world congress on how do we take care of horses, and how do we make sure that our towns don't stink. And along came automobiles, and the Model T came from Ford, and horses disappeared, basically. So things change. You don't even realize it. We went from a 2G to a 3G for a little bit, and most of us are already on a LTE or a 4G network. It just, change just happens. You don't even realize it's happening, right? We went from a 1 million car market to about a 3 million car market. We're over 10 million two-wheelers being sold, and the number still grows. Keep in mind that a very small percentage of Indians actually own or drive a car or a bike. That number will exponentially increase as time goes forward and as our GDP increases. So where do we come in, and where do maps fit into it? And Map India is working with a lot of automotive companies in the area of navigation and for telematics. And as you can see, India is one of the fastest growing global markets for automotive. The other big one is China, but China is kind of slowing down. To give you perspective, China consumed around 24 million vehicles last year. We consumed around 3 million. We closed about 3 million. And 10 million plus two-wheelers. So if you all kind of came in late today morning, one of the problems you faced was traffic. Traffic is a problem in pretty much every large city or small city in India, whether it's a Patna, which has huge traffic congestion, even though you would not expect traffic to be there, or you go to Shillong, where the biggest problem in Shillong, if you talk to them, is water and traffic, or definitely Delhi NCR with this huge number of cars being sold, or Bangalore is famous again for traffic. Mumbai is slightly better, but not much better. Hyderabad may be the only exception in India which has limited traffic, right? But every other city has traffic woes, and our commute times are getting longer and longer and longer. I give my example. Our office in Delhi here is in Okhla, and I keep flying between Mumbai and Delhi. It used to take me about 25 minutes at about 5 o'clock in the evening from Okhla to the airport, Delhi airport. Now it takes about hour 10, hour 20 minutes in about 6 years. So you have a 6-minute degradation every year for your commute. That's an average degradation. And you can all time it. 5 to 6 minutes is standard. Every year your commute will become longer by that much time. So if you're looking to buy a house or you're looking to figure out where you're going to work, keep that in mind depending how long you're going to be working there. So we are working on traffic. We are trying to build sensors. We are working with automotive companies. We are working with transportation companies, logistics companies, phones. And the idea is to put together an engine whereby we can give you real-time, up-to-date traffic. There's only one other company in India which is doing traffic, and there's us. There are 2 of us. But the idea is to work closely with the government authorities, with the police departments, and to help build a good, healthy traffic management system. The other thing which I find very interesting, based on my, I travel a lot for work. And if anyone's ever traveled abroad, especially to a country called Germany, it's very, very interesting, right? So the way they have, integrated all the multimodal travel by, you can take a train, you can drive, parking is easy, you can take a flight, you have, for a city, you have a metro, then you have a regional train, then you have a high-speed train, then you have a super-fast train, and then you also fly. So there's a whole combination of cycling, walking, driving, trains, flights, right? And fairly cost-effective from their income level. India has to follow a similar model, right? So we have broken pieces in places. So we have lots of cars. Again, parking is a problem. So even if I want to drive and park a car at a metro station, most likely I will not bother because one, my car will get damaged. Someone will scratch it, and second, I will not get parking. So it's better just to drive down. So again, here, using our technologies and using what we are, the whole map APIs and stuff that Rohan talked about in the morning, we are working with ourselves and our partners and the ecosystem in general to put together a smart mobility solution where I should be able to multi-mode, go from point A to point B in a clean, hygienic, low-cost, time-efficient manner. And think about it, you have about 700 million people who still don't use a car or a bike, give or take some, right? As the economy increases, every year you'll have 40 million more people joining the ecosystem, trying to move from place to place. So imagine how traffic will become and how difficult it will be to commute. So we have to find a solution that works, and many of you are in this room who will be part of that solution. And so let's work together and make that happen. The other thing that has changed rapidly in the last 3.5 years, or 4 years, if you take Ola for about 5 years now, is how ride sharing has come in a big way. Right? When I first used Ola or Uber 3-4 years ago, I was one of the few guys. People used to laugh at me. What are you doing? You keep trying all these weird things. Meru was popular in Mumbai. You had Kala Pila, or you had the normal, other cab services, and then you had the Avis and the Hertz, etc. at the top end. But in Delhi, if you did not have a vehicle, you were kind of handicapped. You could not go anywhere because DTC buses were not the best in life. And the cab companies came around, and initially they funded it, they seeded it, and it became habitual, right? And then RBI cancelled credit cards and said, you have to use Indian billing system. So Paytm got a big boost because of that. And people started recharging Paytm so they could take a taxi from point A to point B, and you don't have to find parking when you went to office, right? And this became extremely popular. A lot of cab drivers in places like Bangalore, people who work in a 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 jobs, they drive Ola or Uber in the night, right? So that's something, again, which is big. We are part of the ecosystem. And we believe, again, this is part of the smart mobility that will kick in. Interestingly enough, in a country like US, PSA has decided to have its own fleet cab taxi service, right? General Motors has invested into Lyft. They want to fund it, and they want to be a part of the ecosystem. So again, it's a shifting business model. I would expect many of the car companies in India to have their own fleets. They may not sell a car, they may rent a car, and that may actually be more profitable, and they may end up making more money. So the business models will shift. Just like we went from a very simple phone to a smartphone, similarly to address the needs and to address a consumer base, you will see that. I mean, if you see the Ola bike, which is again unbelievable, right? You can pay a small amount of money and you can hop on a bike and you can share the cost. Most of the municipal governments in India cannot afford to put in this level of infrastructure for buses and for trains. So smart, innovative, simple solutions will lead eventually to autonomy, right? And I've had a lot of discussions and debates, and everyone laughs and everyone says, this won't work in India, and this is just a sales pitch, and people say, oh, this is just garbage. It doesn't make any sense, right? Same thing was said about 3G and 4G 10 years ago. 4G is a way of life in pretty much even small towns and small cities. Same thing was said about maps. When we started selling maps, people said, oh, maps don't work. India is so complicated, but people use maps today in a fairly large way. Autonomous, I think, will work in India, more so than if it will work in Germany or US, because our average speeds are very low. So to give you perspective, in a place like Delhi, an average speed is about 14 kilometers an hour. In Mumbai, it's about 9, and Bangalore must be like 5 or 6 kilometers an hour, right? So at such slow speeds, pretty much you'd never engage the third or fourth gear of your car when you're driving. You pretty much in first or second, broadly, if you're driving in peak hours. So won't it be great if the car can just drive itself at this speed or slightly faster, and then once you cross 25, 30 kilometers an hour, it'll hand back control to you. So we have our own set of problems, and as we move forward, the computing power is going to get better. I was talking to someone before that a 4 gigahertz phone processor is very common. 4 years ago, it was only 1 gigahertz. 1 gigahertz was a good phone. But today, whether you buy a Xiaomi or a Micromax or a Samsung or any of these phones, 4 gigs is standard. 10,000 rupee phone for 4 gigahertz on Qualcomm is a very, very common thing, right? So computing power will continue to improve, and as the computing power improves and the data sets around mapping what we are working on improves, you'll start seeing semi-autonomous vehicles. So for small stretches, for small distances, maybe in a locality, maybe on particular roads, and slowly that will become the norm, and you won't even realize it, right? Self-parking cars are already there. That's level 1 for autonomous. Level 5 is completely autonomous. So as we have all these OEMs that are working here along with tier 1s and different partners, keep in mind that whatever you do, try and keep an open standard. So it is easy to bring in the best of the breed. And that's something we have worked on. Open standards is something is don't go for proprietary solutions, because you will not be able to scale. And one of the things as we go forward is faster communication. We are going through Hyperloop is a new buzzword. There are trials already happening in Dubai. I think the first one will happen in about 2-3 years. So again, different ways. Maybe the car companies will own these technologies and systems. They're in the business of moving people from point A to point B in something that you fancy. Everyone likes a car, right? Everyone enjoys. It's a family affair. It's something that you enjoy. So I think we'll be part of that, and we'll be part of that ecosystem in different ways, and we hope that you partner with us. So with that, I invite the panel, and Hitesh, if you can take it forward from here. So we have a bunch of people from different car companies. We have a chipset provider. We have a bike company, and let's hear from them what they have to say.
Thank you, Shivalik. Thank you very much. And now we have the panel on mapping the future of vehicles. And this is moderated by Mr. Hitesh Raj Bhagat, technical editor of the Economic Times.
So cool.
Hello. Yes, my honor and my pleasure to moderate this panel. And we are quite short on time, so I'm going to kind of rush through it. We have the names of everyone here up, and I'm going to get started right away. One of the things that really interests me in this space, and we have a lot of people here who can talk about this, is advanced in-car entertainment. We have a lot of advanced systems that are being built into cars from Mahindra, from Maruti Suzuki, Tata, Ford, and we have people here who can talk about that. Things like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto are coming in, and we have more advanced systems. So I'd like anyone to take the mic and tell us more about what we can expect in the near future with these kind of advanced systems. If you could, sir, just introduce, just say your name for the audience.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Tarun Agrawal. I'm from Maruti. I think I'll start by maybe some thoughts. Connectivity is a need, I think, which is becoming ubiquitous in all forms, all times we want to be connected. And I'm sure same thing is coming to the car. So the driver actually has an inherent need to be connected while he's using a car or he's taking a ride. So the challenge is that when he's using a car at that point in time, connectivity can become expensive if it is not safe. I think as a car maker, the biggest challenge for us is to give him connectivity and safety at the same time. Also, technology-wise, multiple solutions will come into the vehicle. Vehicle is one space where I'm sure whether it is the OS phone makers like iOS or Android or somebody, and other people also want to get into that space in the vehicle. which used to be earlier only the car maker's prerogative what to do inside a vehicle. But as I said, safety being paramount, especially in Indian context. So the challenge is that how do you give connectivity with safety? Especially the Indian case is very different from other markets. Here, I think there's a recent ad, remember somebody gives that anything happens on the road, people, if you see the IPL, that ad is very common these days, that मैं हाथ दिखा के चलता हूँ or something like that. So I think anything happens on Indian roads, and the amount of attention which is required on Indian road is much higher. So infotainment has to go very well, or has to work well with safety and safe usage of mobile while driving.
Would Ford or Tata like to say anything about this?
Yeah, just to add what Mr. Tarun has said about safety on one side. On the other side, if you see the evolution of typical car infotainment, traditionally it was only to play the music. Then suddenly this evolution in the smartphone world happened. And we all as a car OEM started struggling, how do we integrate this mobile into a car? And that's where the CarPlay and Android Auto solutions are going to come. But the future holds with a new question is how we integrate car into customers' digital lifestyle. That's where the next level of technology evolution will happen. And what we imagine for infotainment is it's going to be a companion for a customer. So tomorrow, how can a car infotainment become an office assistant for me while driving? So car will provide certain functionalities, but user will also bring certain functionalities like his music, navigation, emails with him. And how does car create that seamless experience and create a safe driving experience is where the future of car infotainment is.
So I think Tarun spoke about safety, and I think at Ford we also realized that though infotainment becomes an inherent part of driver, I'll give you an example. I have got a 13-year-old son. The first thing which he does is as soon as he gets into the car, he pairs his own phone and disconnects all other phones because he wants to listen to his own music. I think infotainment does also distracts a lot. So whatever we do at Ford has a clear safety at the core, as Tarun said. What is more important is there are layers of Sync 1, 2, 3, the latest being Sync 3, which we have introduced. So you don't really need to bother about fiddling around in terms of ergonomics to find the right button. You just say what you really want to do, and Sync 3 does it for you in terms of the command. If you want to play a song, call a number, so everything is done through a voice command rather than doing it through a distracted mode.
I also want to talk about one of the new techs that is actually a lot of cars already have this is head-up displays. This seems to be a very simple piece of tech which means an image projected onto the dashboard, which means that the driver doesn't really need to take his or her eyes off the road. What's stopping this from going mainstream, a head-up technology? Just a simple, maybe a speed or maybe a navigation or something paired with your phone. What's stopping this from going mainstream in Indian cars?
This is Sirish here from Mahindra. One thing is on the information part. So infotainment we spoke about, and clearly it has two parts to it. One is the information part, one is the entertainment part of it. And going ahead, there's a lot of convergence which is coming in. You speak about head-up displays. It is primarily means to deliver some critical information in the line of sight. That is what it's all about. But one of the fundamental challenges is in terms of the cost of the technology itself, number one. What is prohibiting? Because now on the display side, on the infotainment side, you're used to now 7 inches become kind of de facto. Now we are talking of 9-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch kind of information screens. Whereas head-up displays, even in terms of the technology, the projection, what comes across is very, very small and you get very limited information. So what is the tipping point for the customer to switch over from a bigger screen to a smaller screen? So that is one of the crucial factors. Second is cost is very important. And third thing is also when you bring it to the car and the vehicle environment, there's a lot of engineering which is done in terms of integration into the vehicle, which
it's not a permanent thing, as at least what we see, because suddenly you start integrating all the HUDs into the system, new things come over, and then whatever engineering spend you have on this kind of technologies is completely gone waste from the automaker point of view. I think these are three major factors, what I would say, which are inhibiting the penetration here.
Anyone else like to add to head up this?
I would like to add some of the points. I'm Shivakumar from TVS Motor Company. Particularly on the two-wheeler side, since it is a map-related our forum, the accuracy of the map is very, very important, because the car, everybody knows the navigation is very popular now, but the two-wheeler navigation is slightly tricky, because it has to be rooted into, because two-wheeler can go anywhere actually. For example, it can go to any villages also. Villages, interior roads also it will go. Also, for example, if it is a traffic, so then car cannot go, but certain routes or certain corners, two-wheeler can go. For example, certain kind of specific traffic signaling or specific that red and yellow can be changed for two-wheelers also. They can take a easy, shorter route. That kind of a map accuracy is very much important, I feel actually. And second thing is with respect to the TVS is the first company which launched the ABS system actually as a safety thing actually. The safety wise, the ABS can be switched on and off. So if the roads are potholes and other things, they can switch off the ABS, and that kind of a annunciation can be given through this technology actually. So these are the things I feel it is important.
So moving on, I'm seeing a lot of voice control in cars, especially with these advanced systems coming in. There's voice control. Certain cars have air gestures or even touchpads where you're entering characters or making gestures on little panels in the car. So what, according to you, is the best mode of input? Is it going to be voice, the way forward, that you ask for navigation, you ask for critical car functions all by voice?
So I'll take that one. I think at this point in time, to comprehend and come to what will be the best mode of controlling a particular device would be difficult, but as we are evolving, it is good to have options and let the customer choose what works best. All the options which you said are very much work in progress. Couple of them are used as voice commands, but gesture controls or mirror imaging is something which is not very in, but quite very much work in progress. My view, I think we'll have to watch out for this space and let the customer choose which is the right mode of control for them.
Just to add to that, I think Tarun mentioned in the beginning that safety is of paramount importance. And when it comes to HMI, the human-machine interaction, they can be various modes. Now we are seeing evolution of touch, voice-based interaction, gestures you spoke about, and so it's a huge topic in itself in terms of what is the right combination of the interaction that you provide. And in the automotive environment, unlike what you have in the smartphone or the home environment, our priority is very clear. Safety has to be first. There should be not any distraction and so on. So keeping that in view, perhaps voice takes a little higher degree of preference in terms of interaction, but then it comes with the challenges of, in terms of the natural language processing, and especially in India, in terms of the, even accents. For the basic accents and the basic English what we speak about. And now when we have to add lot many more languages, to what level your voice recognition engines are ready. So that itself is a challenge. But going ahead, I think we are seeing a lot more evolution of intelligent vehicles or intelligence within the car, which will perhaps do away with this kind of interaction mechanisms, where we are talking of self-driving cars and then autonomous cars, where to certain tasks and certain activities, the algorithms itself may be taking over to help in kind of a tight situations or a very difficult situations. The car is able to help you rather than driver getting distracted and then taking the control of those things.
So you wanted to say something?
Yeah. So voice again, it's based on convenience to the user. So infotainment as such is the only system that the user interacts with, and it comes along with the cost. So if you take a low-cost system, it's purely button-based, then it moved on to a digital display and then a voice kind of thing. So taking it to the future, the next trend, making the car as some kind of your personal assistant, taking it to the level of last mile navigation. It's some kind of an assistant that is there where voice recognition or thing will take an upper hand, taking the last mile navigation or, bringing the mobility and the connectivity into play in the future. So it's still evolving in terms of the recognition algorithms, as Sirish rightly said. But going further, right from when you start from your home to your end destination and you're back, it's the voice assistant which will really play a key role in the future, because that is the way that you add intelligence, some form of intelligence in the car.
I had a couple of questions for NVIDIA, sir, if you would. In-car displays, now that is something that's a great personal interest. A lot of people like to have screens in their cars. I believe NVIDIA is also powering the experiences where you have rich graphical displays, multiple displays, instrumentation being replaced by displays. Can you speak a little bit about that and how exactly that is achieved?
Sure, Kitesh. So, I mean, the automotive industry, as we all know, is undergoing a very interesting change. And gone are the days when customers choose based only on the mechanical aspects of it, like, for example, the fuel efficiency or the powertrain ratio, etc., etc. The decision to buy a particular brand of car is more and more driven towards the software capabilities of the car. And that is where all the OEMs are playing, betting big in terms of how do I make the user experience better. And we are looking at an evolution when car ceases to be just an object. We are looking at a scenario when the driver talks to the car talks back to the driver, and as a system, the driver plus the car, and I mean, why should I mention only about the driver, even the co-passenger and even the rear people who are sitting in the rear, they all get together as one system and they start communicating with the environment, with maybe a vehicle which is passing nearby, gain intelligence from that and things like that. So the user experience as you get into a car is now moving fast towards the experience that you are getting inside your own drawing room, your own reception. When you sit and you have fun with the family, and we are, I mean, elaborating slightly more than the question you are talking. I mean, the day is not far away when you don't even hold the steering wheel. You sit and have fun with your family and the car drives all by itself. And NVIDIA plays a very, very big role in terms of ensuring that the processing that is needed, the enormous processing that is needed is available through the technology called as artificial intelligence and deep learning.
So once there was a car that got into an accident and the people who owned it needed to find out what happened, and they sent it to the mechanic and he did a complete inspection of the tires, the wheels, the engine, everything. Ultimately, the conclusion was that it was just one nut. It was the nut behind the wheel. The person who was the, the weak link there. So that's where the driver assistance systems, the advanced driver assistance systems come into place. There are things that we're reading about. So to detect whether the driver is drowsy, or auto braking in case the driver fails to brake in time, and blind spot detection, those kind of things. Would any of you like to comment on how far away we are from all these technologies actually going mainstream?
Yeah, particularly the India two-wheeler road accidents are very higher. Particularly so there is very, unlike car, in two-wheeler it is easy, there is a rollover concept is there, rollover sensor. So when rollover is happening, immediately it can alert the system by which they can, the hospital or the nearest ambulance can locate that exact area and it can be improved. That could be immediately, this technology is possible, but people are not doing it. It can be possible very well. It can be mandatory as an element also. We can make it as a legislation like now AHO, BS4 and all coming. Like that it can be one of the legislation also. So the government also has to take some steps on that actually.
To your point, for two-wheelers, I believe now there are companies making two-wheelers that cannot fall over. They're using systems of gyroscopes, or they're using motors that will continuously change the rake angle or the steering to kind of keep the rider upright at all times.
For example, our Apache is the vehicle, you know that it's a riding kind of a bike. So, but at the same time, the scooters are another one. We are the highest selling scooters also in Jupiter. So the two ways of it, males nowadays started using the vehicles actually. Particularly Apache, this kind of riding things, higher rides, and all this annunciation system comes, it will be better. For two-wheelers, the shortcut routes and navigation also it is better. Another one is, as he told, I agree with the costing of that also. The helmet with the head-up display, with the map actually. It will be one of the important things, but the helmet availability in India with respect to that cost is a big question actually.
I will take this forward from here. I think just to introduce, I represent Hella India, which is actually a component manufacturer. It's one of the top 40 in the world. It's a German-based company. We are known for lighting solution provider. We actually light, especially in LED areas, provide to all the OEMs. But I think here, Hela is also a very strong aftermarket solution provider. It is one of the biggest in the world. And one of the areas we look actually to bring technology with the purpose. We talked about safety, we talked about infotainment. And when bringing technology to India, the Indian team, we actually were quite worried about especially the road deaths what we have. And if you look at these accidents, there's a large aftermarket which is first highly unregulated. So the vehicle leaves the OEM, most of the time they are on roads. 50% of the vehicle are actually not getting it, the protection of the OEMs. And it actually falls into the aftermarket space. And there you need this kind of technology, which is actually, a lot of work is going on to still remain the vehicle connected because it is isolated and is being done. You hear about spurious parts, fake parts, substandard services, some standard parts, and a lot of accident happens. And when you have such a nice technology with IoT, with connectivity with the vehicles, a lot can be done. For example, if you go on highways, even simple signaling in the trucks will be missing. You don't see tail lights glowing, you don't see signaling glowing, and then simple things, visibility is not ensured. So in the connectivity of the vehicle, a lot is being done, and we are working a lot on the vehicle health diagnosis. We are guiding the driver, for example, the ADAS system. All of this is for the purpose of making it safer. And I think it's a lot in the outside India, but in India, we have to work quite a lot in that. What we see problem, I think that is where the ecosystem of the OEMs and the aftermarket colleague has to be built up. There is less participation or partnership between, I'll say, ACMA, which also I belong to, ACMA and SIAM, to work together to streamline the aftermarket. It's a little bit untouchable at this point of time. Rather than seeing as a competition, the idea is how can we partner? And this is happening across all industries. Within our automotive aftermarket industry, less and less collaboration is happening at this point of time. But if we collaborate, having a roadside garage and an OE garage, there's a lot of things in between which we can together make, and the value capture also can happen for the OEMs. So when we have such a nice technology of connecting the car with the vehicle telematics, there's a lot of control OEMs can take also for the aftermarket, and regulation can follow it. So I'm a firm believer today or tomorrow in India, the OEMs and the aftermarket companies will come together to build this solution. What you see, a lot of dongle solutions are coming, a lot of apps are coming which actually let you connect with the vehicle. Vehicles are having health monitoring themselves, and this is where I see platform like this today as we are meeting. Within 5 to 6 years time, I see things will come up, and like you said that one bolt is missing or one nut is missing can be detected much earlier by this collaboration.
So to your point, since we're talking about mapping the future now, could you also talk a little bit about advanced lighting technologies? So we obviously made the shift from halogen and high intensity discharge, and now the move is towards LED headlamps, and a lot of cars, in fact, even by makers here, LED headlamps are already going mainstream, and we're going to move forward from there to LED matrix and to even laser lighting systems. So can you speak a little bit about that, or actually anyone else as well?
Yeah, I think the major changes what is happening in this is again, in the visibility space is signaling and connectivity to each other. So if you look at the latest lighting innovation is more of, as you see, we have a lot of accidents of the high glare of the high beam. And there's a lot of this high beam, low beam discussion what we see on the roads, especially India. If you look at in trucks, we have always this problem on the highway with the high beam glare. What is happening now and moving towards, in fact, intelligent lighting is you have the camera system which actually detects all the moving object. And then today it is doing vehicle to vehicle. It's not actually on cloud, but I foresee it can also go to cloud, that it is always one beam, which is high beam. But as it sees different objects moving, it actually blinds. So rather than projecting light, it projects darkness. So you have the dark tunnel in front of the driver of the opposite side or moving out, and then you have the floodlight everywhere. So you're not bothered about whether it is low beam or high beam. For all the other people who does not need to see that light or glare, it is blanked. You hear matrix beam, you hear now digital lighting we have come up. So all this innovation is in the area of making sure that when you have full light, the other person is not blinded. So a lot of things are happening in that direction. Another topic is also regarding, I will say, dynamic lighting. So when you brake, today you just see either a stop light or not. Tomorrow you will see different light depending on what speed it is braking. So you can also brake faster. It is 3D lighting, projected lighting, so a lot of things are working. But I think the biggest thing which is throwing now opportunity for us is this whole ecosystem of connecting the car. The cloud where you have the IoT and all the sensors. We have so much data in the car, so much data. Today or tomorrow, OEMs have to come together to put it, and it will happen. The architecture will come. That is where regulation also will come to use this data for the benefit of safer vehicle.
So we are running short of time, so I'd just like to maybe conclude by talking about, I'd like to direct a question to Mobis for DRM. Now, DRM is something that Mobis recently demonstrated, and it's not digital rights management. In fact, it has to do with radio and how there's going to be a change there. So, sir, can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah. So DRM is basically digital radio mondial. So it's actually a shift from analog radio to digital radio. So when you have digital radio, digital medium, naturally it is a method of transmitting huge amount of data. So when you're traveling, it is not always possible to have connectivity everywhere, right? So for example, you have navigation systems. Unless you're really connected, you will not really have live traffic. So what happens if you're not connected? And you have a simple tuner in your car which supports digital radio. So you can actually broadcast traffic data through that radio medium and have it on your maps and with the real-time data. That is one aspect. Another aspect is emergency warning. Let's say there is a calamity, let's say 5 kilometers away, or there is some kind of weather condition that is bad and you need to take an alternative road. So there digital radio really plays a key role where, places where it cannot be really reached, the digital radio will take information to that. This is another form of getting connected through broadcast medium basically. So All India Radio has said that by 2019 it is going to go away with all their analog transmitters and move it to digital radio. And not only that, entertainment being part of it, you'll have more number of channels and you'll have data channels also along with that, where you will have high quality audio also being transmitted in AM and FM bandwidth as well.
Well, thank you everyone for sharing your insights. I've learned a lot. I hope everyone in the audience did too. That's all the time we have now. We have to move on to the next panel. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, panel. Our next panel is on mapping the future of transportation. The moderator for this panel is Mr. T. Surendra, editor of Fortune magazine. May I invite Mr. Surendra to come onto the stage, please. The panel on transportation has some very powerful names in them, very important names. Let me start introducing Dr. Sanjay Tarare, IPS, ADG, UP Police, Mr. Sunil Gupta, MD and CEO, Avis, Mr. Arun Bhatti, founder, Orahi, Mr. Kapil Mahajan, CIO, Safe Express, Mr. Kapil Bharti, CTO, Delivery, and Mr. Ronald Demai, MD, Refcon. And the panel is yours, Mr. Surendra.
Thank you. I'm really glad to be here today, and thank you, Rohan, for inviting me for this event. Well, the future of transportation is what we're going to look at. And naturally, I'm going to set why is it important to determine that the future of transportation is important. Well, if you look at it, the World Bank spends about 20% of all its outlay in transportation in emerging economies. That's more than education, that's more than health and social sector put together. So that's how important it is for the World Bank to spend on transportation in emerging economies, right? And then why does transportation really have to change, and what is there in it to change? If you look at communication and commuting, a lot happened in the 19th century, right? It was Alexander Graham Bell who invented the telephone. And if you were to show him the telephone today, there's no hope in hell that he will recognize that it is a telephone, right? So Carl Benz was the guy who invented the car. And if you were to show him a car today, perhaps he would say, well, it more or less looks like a car, right? So I reckon that maybe in the next 20 or 30 years, the car will completely change from the way it looks today and what it does today, right? And therefore, there is going to be a lot of change in the way transportation is going to happen in the future, and that is also set. And finally, technology is going to drive how transportation is going to change. Why is that? If you were to look, say, maybe 15 years back before the iPhone ever existed, what were the kind of phones the best people in the world used? The most, say, the richest people used, Bollywood used, Hollywood used, right? Perhaps a very good quality Nokia phone, the top-end Nokia phone, right? Today, all of them use an iPhone. It sort of leveled the playing field for usage of a phone. It's in the hands of millions of people who are on the road, and it's in the hands of several other people who are pretty important. You take the best of, or the top industry leaders in Mumbai, well, they all use the iPhone. So does several other people in the room. So I'm saying that technology is a great leveler, and therefore, a lot of these companies with us are using the same kind of technology in transportation, and we are going to hear from them what the future in transportation holds in store for us, right? So I'm going to start by asking a couple of questions to the gentlemen on the stage. My first question would be to ask them what they feel, in their words, would be the future of transportation, because it is affecting them day in and day out. Whether they are losing money or making money, it's because of transportation and the technology in transportation. So we go with you. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kapil. I am from Delivery, one of the co-founders and the CTO over there. Now, we're into logistics business, and I'm assuming that if you buy something online, we would have come and delivered something to your home at some point in time. For us, the future from logistics and transportation point of view means, on a broadly speaking, three things. Higher or better service precision, much better accuracy of delivery, and a lot more flexible options to the end customer. When I say flexible options, it's more around when can I have to deliver, should I deliver to a doorstep, what point in time can I narrow the window in which I'm going to deliver a particular shipment. And there are certain trends that we're noticing and we've been working on. How do we achieve these three parameters? First is on the dense urban areas. We strongly believe that a mesh network is a way to go forward, where we have our stations much, much closer to the end customer, maybe within 5 kilometers or 2 kilometers radius. What that means is that I can reach the end customer much faster. There are shorter driving time for our field executives, and there are better turnaround times. The second trend is more around when I'm looking at the entire country, which is a big, diverse country. How do I reach every corner of the country? We definitely have to partner with a lot of people. When we partner with a lot of people, how do I make sure that the data and the physical goods are being transferred, are being handed over correctly, and whatever information is being captured against them transmits back to me? So the logistics company in the future would be more of aggregators, will be more of information aggregators, where they keep on tracking different level of information across multiple different partners or assets, and then start moving the shipment or start taking control remotely. Third thing which I see is data becomes a lot more critical. We have been hearing a lot about IoT. We have been hearing a lot about different vehicles and how different things are being captured in the vehicles. Yes, we do have the ability to capture all the data points right now, but do we have enough ability to do the right analysis to see within a business how can I improve on the precision, the accuracy of the delivery? Those are areas which I feel will be the future of the transportation logistics side of things.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Arun Bhati, and I'm founder and CEO of Orahi. Orahi is India's largest carpool company, where we are helping 125,000 people across Delhi NCR to commute from home to office and office to home every day. As far as the future of transportation is concerned, we see it from a sharing economy perspective. We see that more and more people have started, sharing the car, sharing the ride, and for the cities are now not able to cope with the congestion and transport and infrastructure requirements. So, whether you like it or not. And the second is the pollution levels. Okay, so every citizen who is wanting to fight this pollution threat will also do ride sharing and carpooling. So as we move forward, the whole world is moving from, there's a trend which is going on, moving from owning a car to access of a car. And when you look into West, more and more people have decided not to have, own a car. And here also today, many of my friends said, I regret the decision of buying the car. Instead of that, I should go from point A to point B when I want it and wherever I want it. So this is the second trend which is happening around the world. The third big trend which is happening is autonomous cars. The way we see is that, moving in future, people are probably not going to buy cars. Then aggregators, like us, might buy cars, but we will also not buy cars, which means who is going to buy a car? We believe that this is not going to happen, as in people are not going to buy cars, aggregators are also not going to buy cars, and it's going to be evolving towards SaaS model. SaaS, as most of you must have already heard, is software as a service, but in this case, this is going to be seat as a service, which means I want a 1-star seat or 2-star or 3-star or a 5-star seat to go from point A to point B. When this box is moving from point A to point B, it'll take care of sharing the rights with other people as well as other goods. Exactly the way it happens today on the network. When you use data packets are moving on the network without a driver sitting inside, each packet, and they are delivered on your phone when you're surfing or watching YouTube. So this is how we see the future of transportation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. So as our company is doing a lot in batteries, BMS systems and charging stations, here the topic is different. And as it is late, most people are already a little bit sleepy. Maybe we change that. So what's the future of mobility? It's my pizza. So how can that be that I say that the future of mobility is about my pizza? Of course, when I order a pizza, I want to have the pizza delivered as fast as possible, as crispy as possible on my plate. And you will have made the experience that very often you order the pizza, it came cold and weak and it was not very funny. And after having that pizza, maybe I go down the stairs and I break my ankle for whatever reason. The future of mobility is that the next ambulance, which is the closest, is here in just a couple of seconds or minutes and takes me to the next hospital, the shortest way possible, where the doctors are available for that treatment. They are not on holidays, they are not on weekend leave and whatever. So here, the point is very simple. Integrating the services needed with the ones who deserve the services, while giving the service offers the pizza selling guy more chances to make more profit, then this works with interconnectivity. That means everybody needs to know where is a vehicle available which can do this and that service. And if the business community gets aware that an integrated mobility increases their turnover, there will be additional business. And if there will be additional business, the access is, the implementation of that is very simple. So in the end, the future of mobility is about my pizza.
Thank you. Actually, Surinder, you touched upon a couple of key trends. I think one key trend is the fact that there's a democratization of technology, which means that jargon is getting reduced, cost of ownership or cost of use is coming down, UIs are getting better, access is improving. That is one key trend. And the other key trend, of course, is the whole trend towards shared economy. It's funny, but Avis and companies like ours have been in some ways pioneers of shared economy because we love it when people don't own cars and they hire from us. On a lighter note, I think shared economy is going to be the way to go. But finally, what's going to determine the future is how closely there's collaboration between manufacturers, service providers, and users. I think we've seen a lot of times in the past in technology area where people have proprietary kind of technology and processes. I think the move towards open standards is going to be critical. Because if you step back from the consumer end, I think a lot of gains to be made also on the back end, which means with IoT coming in, for example, it not only makes it easy for the user to access a service, equally it helps a person like Avis to drive its back-end costs down. Because once you have democratization of technology, you are able to do things which you only wished for earlier. For example, now with IoT coming in, connected cars coming in, fleet owners like us, it will be far easier for us to know from the car itself that it needs air pressure in the tire or it needs to go for servicing. So I think that's also going to happen. While UI is important to delight the customer, I think we have to also leverage technology to improve our efficiencies, processes, and what have you. So I think slowly the barriers between manufacturer or service provider are going to disappear. It'll have to be more and more collaboration, ultimately going from A to B at the least possible cost or a SAS model. I think that's what the future is going to hold. We all have to keep an eye on emerging technologies. But finally, I think you're smartest if you can understand what the customer wants and give him a UI which he loves. All the rest, I think, will become easy to do. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Sanjay Tarde. I'm Additional Director General of Police at UP. Naturally, the transportation and the vehicle section, which I'll just take a few minutes with the permission. I'll be the first responder, actually, on the road. My department, my nature of business is that I'm the first responder to any kind of a happening on the field. And I deal with the person known as a driver who speaks the language of masses rather than classes. Here, I would like to just place few. I was just listening to few of the discussions over here in the vehicle section and the technology updates which have been going on. The important factor I would like to place before August audience is that most of the technologies which developments are happening, their missing perspective is security. Security is relegated to the background. Nobody is talking about, there is infotainment. I was just listening to infotainment and other things. But it is affecting the security. It is causing the accidents. But nobody is looking after that, and there is no technology which is gearing up to the issue. अभी मैं दो चीजें बताना चाह रहा हूँ. One of the transporter was going. उसको मुझे बचाते बचाते बहुत समय लग गया. He was traveling from a car. He was traveling from some transport sector. ट्रक जा रही थी, सीतापुर के पास उसका एक्सीडेंट होता है. उसका एक्सीडेंट नहीं हुआ, किसी और गाड़ी का हिट एंड रन केस हुई. हिट एंड रन केस होने के बाद वो तो चली गई, बट दे हैव एलिगेटेड दिस पर्टिकुलर पर्सन. ही वाज अरेस्टेड ऑन द स्पॉट and he was sent to jail. But he was not the person. That vehicle was not the real vehicle which committed that particular crime. But incidentally, I got hold of his mobile, and his mobile was not like a smartphone mobile, but on the basis of just LBS locations, I could establish that he was not the person at that particular point of time. But now again the issue is here that how to certify it, because this is to be proved before the court of law beyond doubt. There again, I have a lot of difficulties in pressing for them that you have to accept this as an evidence on the basis of location-based services. So after 1.5 years, the innocent was released on the bail. This is the fact and reality of life as far as transport. We are the first responders. We are the first responders to if it is accident, we are there. We are the first person. If there is any kind of an disaster management, we have to go. अब जैसे कहते हैं मैप माई इंडिया कि हर पता हमको है पता, हमको कुछ नहीं पता फिर भी हमको पता है, हमको पहुंचना है। आपको तो सब कुछ पता है, पर हमको कुछ पता नहीं फिर भी हमको पहुंचना है। ट्रेन का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, बस न्यूज़ फ्लैश हो गई कि ट्रेन का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, कैसे वहां पहुंचेंगे, कैसे नहीं पहुंचेंगे? मेरे पास ऐसी फोर्स है, ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके साथ मुझे सब कुछ करना है। तो ऐसी सिस्टम्स में टेक्नोलॉजी कैन हेल्प मी। आई एम ऑल्सो एन IIT ग्रेजुएट, I am also passed out from IIT Delhi. That's the reason my interest is in technology, that technology can bridge this gap. But unfortunately, most of your discussions, which I have heard, unfortunately, they are not focusing on security. They are not focusing at all on the security. Future of transportation, future of vehicles, but to my present dekh raha hu. Present about the security is not covered up. How to take care of the security of future? That's what I have less time, probably.
If I can just add to what you have said, actually, it is true. Thanks for getting us back into this very important aspect. Actually, technology is actually today enabling a person or any fleet owner or any manager to track exactly what's happening, where the vehicle is and where it is not. And actually, in Avis, we take security as a very, very important aspect. And so we actually have the technology, thanks to the work we have collaborated with MapMy India, that we are actually in a position to predict and track a car to the last point. Hame hai pata kahan hai wo gaadi. And which is why I think technology, you rightly said, is very critical. And though there are some privacy issues, but I think ultimately if a service can enable a disaster to be prevented or an innocent to be released from prison, I'm all for it. You must have privacy barriers, but definitely technology has a key role to play, and we're in a position to actually keep track of what's happening to our guests. Thanks for getting us back into the security and safety.
No, actually I'm facing it day in and day out. Last 20 years I've been working in this field, and in every aspect. Here again, yesterday, there were some technical demonstrations going on. I just asked them that, yes, you have recorded your journey. Now, can you have a certified forensic certification for it? Because that is what is required. Because in the court of law, you can convince police, there is no issue about it. For law enforcement agencies, there is no issue. For law enforcement, you can convince the reality. But the point is, the law states that it has to be established in the court of law, beyond doubt. It is to be established. There you required a certified that the particular proof of evidence is not been tampered with. So these are the issues which needs to be addressed. And somehow, security. You see, mobiles came into the picture as not because of some communication device. No. Mobile has given you the sense of security. So security was important. Similarly, maps gives you the security, real-time security, because it is location as well as the security, sense of security. So sense of security. So maps has a lot of potential, especially with 4G and LTE technologies. You have now lots of things to be happen. For example, I had suggested other day, I was talking to Shri Verma ji over here. I'm so thankful to him that he has called me and I got enlightened about the various technical aspects of the maps and other issues, because I am also working on the modernization in the UP police. Sure. So there also, here I have suggested that you have a traffic congestion data on the maps. Instead of that, you should have accident-prone areas on the map. Nobody is looking after that. No maps. Take it any maps. Nobody gives you accident-prone areas, or the areas where there are burglaries or other kind of road hold-up happens. So that we are ready to cooperate. And if these are the issues basically ingrained, then all the technologies will blossom like anything. Whatever the superstructure can help only if the basic structure is correct. And basic structure, I feel, is security.
I think that you've given a lot of free consultation for MapMy India. Right?
No, I was just... So, and actually, I was they were wonderful products which I have gone through. I've used also,
Sure.
like DriveMate and SafeMate, and these are very good devices. Now here again, the problem is, if you have number of devices, the other day, in the vehicle section I was listening that there should be more and more startups to come. No, as you increase number of startups, number of technologies, there is nobody to integrate it. There has to be a startup to integrate everything.
Right.
Actually, the integration is not there. So, everybody is confused. Now, what is to be used? अब phone pay करना है, कि RuPay करना है, कि कौन सा pay करना है. So, everybody is confused. So long as the tech, and it is the responsibility of we technocrats that not to confuse the masses. Not to confuse the masses. And unfortunately, what is happening, though we are not devised it to be so, but the masses are getting confused.
So,
masses are getting confused.
I would just take one point on this confusion point. I said that, and all of you said that what is going to be the future of transportation, right? How much of this is new wine, or a lot of what we are doing today just a repetition of what's happened in the past? Because you said that perhaps this carpooling was perhaps 2 decades old, right, in other countries, right? So what is really smart in this? Like, for example, I'll give you an example. My grandmother says that none of these smartphones are really smart because they can't charge themselves, whereas she doesn't really have to charge her landline, and it's much smarter. That's what she says, right? So you really don't know whether you are really moving forward or you're doing new technologies just for the sake of it. So how much of what you think in the future is going to be really new, and what is just going to be something that is going to decrease the inefficiencies of the old? You can take that as a supplementary question to what you said, like what is really going to be the innovation in the future, or is it just repackaging what was there before and you're just removing inefficiencies in the system?
Removing inefficiency is definitely one of the critical things.
Pardon me?
Removing inefficiency is also one of the critical things,
Right.
No doubt about that. I think for us, it is giving more and more flexibility to the end customer, where we really want to spend more time in innovating. And also looking at the different data points or different things that we keep collecting. The example is, can I deliver to somebody's car? Can I deliver to somebody's, locker? How do I enable those things? So those are some of the areas where I feel that we have to innovate more, where it can give a lot more flexibility and control to the end consumer on how they want things to be done and how they want things to be delivered to them.
Right. I think to just answer your question in another way, actually, science always progresses on the shoulders of giants, So for example, there's a lot of talk about autonomous cars, but already what you do not be known to common people is that there's a lot of technology already sitting under the bonnets of the cars.
Right.
Assisted parking or auto braking, ABS. There's already a lot of stuff which is already there.
Sure.
But what takes the leap forward is a disruption. Either you make it more easy for a user to use, for the customer to experience it firsthand. That is what takes technology forward. You're always building on something which has been developed in the past. But how do you catch the consumer's imagination and make it easy for him to interact with that technology? Right. I think that is the big change.
Right.
So from a ride-sharing perspective, it is both. One is that, ride-sharing or carpooling has been there for the last 30, 40 years as well. When I talk to people, of my father and his friends, they used to do carpooling, and that was a different set of carpooling. And what technology is doing is enabling sharing in such a way that it becomes more and more efficient. And so that way it is both.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. So maybe 2 final remarks. You asked about the future chances. Airbnb is today the biggest room provider on the world. So by far the biggest. Yeah? It would have been impossible without online platform. Yeah? This is one remark. So we even do not know what kind of businesses will develop in the transport sector. They are far beyond our imagination now. On the other hand, I heard in the former panel somebody stated something about, we have not been connected. So I think for all of us here in the audience, if you're not connected, it's kind of a nightmare. You cannot read your emails, nothing. Yeah? But I hope you share my dream. And my dream was coming up yesterday evening while traveling in the evening from Jodhpur to Jaipur, arriving late in the evening. So my dream, and this is very important, I think very interesting for you also, from the UP police, my dream is that every bus and every truck is connected. So but I don't think, here I don't talk about Map My India in this case, I talk about some little cables going somewhere through the truck to some stoplights, some backlights. This will save the life of hundreds of thousands of Indians, and that is also my dream of being connected, and I wish that for India, that every car has proper light, at least in the night. Thank you.
Here again, I would like to give an example of a technology apart from security. Here, I faced one incident. One of the car was traveling from Delhi to Noida, Delhi to Ghaziabad, and it was an Hero Honda City car. You must have seen that news item, and it abruptly caught the fire. All the 4 persons who were inside the car burned to death. Now here, the important point which is to be mentioned here is that nearby there were some constables and the nursing staff was available. They reached also. But as a first responder, they didn't have any know-how about the technology of that particular car, how to rescue in a particular situation. So unless you make them aware, these are the two, basically police and the medical aid. These are the first responders. So unless the technology is not useful to these first responders, the important specimens of like this will happen.
Sure. I think that we've really run out of time, and this is a topic that could require a conference by itself, but we have had to pack it for into a half an hour, and I really thank all of them on the stage for having been here and expressed their views, and it was really wonderful talking to you all. Thank you very much, and thank you to the audience. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panel. And for the photo opportunity, please. Our next panel is Mapping the Future of Governance and Security. Given the importance of governance and security, We believe that it requires all the importance it deserves, and therefore, for this session, we have requested Mr. Rakesh Verma, co-founder and managing director of MapMy India, to come and give us the keynote speech and set the session in motion. Mr. Verma, on the stage, please. Please welcome Mr. Rakesh Verma.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This topic is a pretty serious topic, governance and security. And I'm doing a theme address. I don't know if I'm the right person. I'm not from the government. I'm not from the security part of the government. But mapping being a concern to all security folks in the country, and it should be, because it is something that impacts the sovereignty, integrity of the country. But still, I'll make some efforts just to lay down some of my thoughts. As we are all aware that India is in the midst of development mission mode with Government of India's flagship programs like Digital India, Make in India, Swachh and Swasth Bharat, Skill Up and Scale Up India. We as MapMy Indians are committed to all of them. As we started building digital maps for India 20 years back or more than that, our approach was top-down to start with, and while enhancing and enriching the content, we resorted to bottom-up. Taking the cue from there, I personally feel that during the mission mode development stage of our country, the top-down approach has been initiated with multiple national mission mode programs. Now is the time for the bottom-up approach of development, meaning we start from habitats in every village to every property and doorstep in every city, corporation, to states, which in turn will develop the nation. To help in bottom-up governance, we have developed something which you have been hearing since morning, ELOC. ELOC, as we believe, is India's first nationwide digital address system. While looking at the digital address India stack, you will find that there are several components which already exist, starting with Aadhaar, the one that uniquely identifies a person in India. With all other components being in place, if you look at the stack, you find with all the components in the stack, you'll find that the location component is missing. What MapMy India is trying to, or making a very serious effort to solve the digital address system of the country. While we cannot and we should not change the physical address which is given to us. Let's say our office address is 68 Okhla, Phase 3, New Delhi, whatever. But in the world of digital India, if we do not make a digital address, probably we will be left behind. And with that thinking, we have made a humble beginning the way we had a humble beginning 20 years back, digitally mapping the country. I would like to emphasize that this panel is on governance and security, and I am of the firm belief that governance and security are the two sides of the same coin. You cannot have development without making the country secured, and you cannot secure the country without developing the country. So if I have to say, governance and security go hand in hand for overall development. I would like to further emphasize that all throughout the process of map building and dissemination, we at MapMyIndia, with a sense of immense responsibility and great pride, without compromising on our nation's security and sovereignty. It is my pleasure to let you all know that we have a very distinguished set of panelists from governance, state, center, home, or cities, and industries who will deliberate and discuss on how all of us together with amalgamation of government, industry, and technologies can contribute towards achieving the country's mission. Not taking much of your time, let me now hand over the proceedings to the panelists. The moderator is Dr. Sudhir Krishna, IAS, and former Secretary, MOUD, who will be moderating the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. May I also request the panelists to join Dr. Sudhir Krishna on the stage. Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, IAS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Mr. V. Uma Shankar, IAS, Commissioner of Municipal Corporation of Gurugram. Mr. Sanjeev Singh, IRS, ADG, CBDT. Mr. Devashish Datta, Country Alliance Manager, HP India. Mr. Anup Singh, IFS, Additional Chief Electoral Officer and ex-officio special
panel here in the midst of a very distinguished audience, and the subject has been very well introduced by Rakesh ji, very well introduced. And because it is later part of the proceedings, I think we need to be pepped up a bit. So I'd be asking, within the relevant themes, a little bit provocative propositions I'll be making to the panelists, so that audience is also kind of, encouraged to be more responsive and participative. We have, the panelists have been introduced to you already, and the theme as well. In particular, issues, I mean, the gamut, the whole spread of governance and security is a very large spread. So one has to choose critical themes. And so to begin with, let me ask Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, who is the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and, sorry sir, I suppose he's, so he will be joining apparently. All right. So let me first ask Mr. Sanjeev Singh, who is the Additional Director General of the Central Board of Direct Taxes, on the issue of data security. We are hearing so much that everything should be Aadhaar based, and Aadhaar is supposed to be integrating all the databases as far as individual is concerned. And so with that, the individual, as an individual, I get nervous that, all right, I am okay with Aadhaar, all right. But then whether my data, which I will be indicating to maybe railway booking or something, airlines booking, whether it will open the window for someone to peep into my tax return also, and so on and so forth. So, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, may I request you to give some idea on that?
Good evening, everyone. As far as CBDT is concerned, we are tagging with Aadhaar, both in terms of PAN application and income tax return. Plus, certain transactions which are reported, we also get Aadhaar. But any data which we get is used only by Income Tax Department for its own analysis. And apart from the taxpayer, we don't share it with any other person. So that way security is taken care of. We have implemented our own data center and own policies, so that is not an issue.
But the only anxiety is that the income tax, for example only, they won't open the window to others to peep into the return of, but through the route of Aadhaar, can the person enter my tax return data, I mean, so to say?
No, not, it's not possible, no.
Okay, I mean, so, and what are the other aspects where you think that in terms of CBDT's policies, what are the other visionary approaches which you are going to take to help the taxpayers in general?
Okay. If I just summarize what has happened in the last 4 or 5 years, CBDT has been taking a lot of initiatives in e-filing of returns. That is the starting point. So e-filing of returns has enabled us to build a database of all returns. The coverage is more than 95–96%. And e-filing of returns has enabled centralized processing of returns at one place. So most of you would be now receiving refunds within a week or two, as against to earlier situation where we used to spend 1 or 2 years for processing the returns. Now, e-filing of returns has built a fairly robust database of the taxpayers. Now, if we combine this income tax return with other information we get from third-party reporting, that is banks, deductors, property registrar, we are able to find relevant information for ensuring compliance, which means every person should pay the right amount of tax. So in that process, we are trying to leverage the map, the geocoding part, as well as the GIS part to be more effective in data utilization. So we are working on that. There are 6–7 approaches we have developed to leverage GIS data that we can discuss.
That's wonderful. In fact, I file my own return, prepare and file, e-filing I do for last several years. It's a wonderful thing. I compliment you and the CBDT for that. And we'll come back to you for more comments. And next, let me ask Mr. Debashish Datta, who is the Country Alliance Manager of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise India, about the sustainability of it. We are hearing so much that, you know, this is smart, that smart city, smart everything. Is it really sustainable, or we are going to be, you know, kind of trapped into some framework where we feel that, you know, it's not working out for us, but we can't get away also?
That's an interesting question, and a tricky one also. Because one side is governance, the other side is security, and I think it's probably the most touchy subject that anyone can actually pick up. And we in HP actually are specializing globally from a security perspective. While, you know, in fact, I was there in 1 or 2 other forums where I basically suggested, like, you know, the governance, which is mainly done by the government bodies, the government organizations, should decide what they want to give to the citizens. And then the IT industry, or so-called the technology industry, can provide the entire security package around it to ensure that citizens, like you and me are also citizens, our data is secured and does not get transparent and someone is able to sell it at 10 paisa per identity, right? So, you know, yes, it's definitely, and, you know, because we have all those systems available. We have the typical command control centers that we are talking of in probably every city that is coming across. But it is very, very important to decide that what is there in that command and control you want to connect into. Do you want to connect all the citizens' data, or do you want to connect the relevant data? Do you want to connect only the things which will be relevant for the city in terms of providing better services to the citizen? Whether it is emergency services, whether it is typical tax-paying services, utility services. And if you want to do that, then how much of integration is really required? For the IT industry, if you ask me, we have, you know, going leaps and bounds. I mean, like we heard that startups are there, like, you know, every day there are probably hundreds of startups which are coming up. And mostly, if you see, are in the software domain. So that technology is available. You want to, you know, start at A and go to Z within a matter of 2 months, it is possible. But from a governance perspective, it is far more important to decide that, okay, when I am, you know, putting up a smart city, for an example, then these are the 20 things that I feel is important for the citizens to be delivered, and hence I will deliver. Security is something that organizations like Hewlett Packard Enterprise can easily take care of right from end point to the center, which means what we call is protect the entire pipe instead of just, maybe a data center or maybe a particular server. So that's what the capability is there, and I'm sure that that's very much possible, and that gives me definitely some kind of hope that yes.
On security, you mentioned, and I think we'll come on that again, but on the smart governance part, I mean, do you think that industry can also, take the lead in some way? Or as you said that the government should make up its mind as to what are the 20 things it wants to do in smart. Well said, I would say you are very right. In my view, I think. But even so, do you think that the industry can also lead the whole framework to an extent?
So if you ask me, industry is also leading the framework in several places. So, our engagement, it's like our engagement is not today like only at a Gurgaon level or a Delhi level. We are engaging right across the country, across the states, across the cities. We're going across deeper into the cities to understand better. And, obviously giving our technology solutions in terms of the suggestions, like some of the places where, we have also said that, look, in terms of warning, like, you're trying to integrate 50. Probably that is not required. Probably you should do 30 and rest, these 20 can be automated. See, like we were hearing about the road accidents and all, or even any other problem or calamity which can happen today. If sitting from a single command control center, one can actually direct all the resources with the right equipments to the spot, I think hundreds and thousands of lives can be saved. And that's what we are driving. Many of our colleagues are also driving, and definitely going and coaching. So I think that's where industry is leading, and I firmly believe that this balance, as we say, security, governance, when this balance is achieved, I think the best results also will be achieved.
But wonderful. I think you're doing a wonderful job. I suppose it looks like that, and good wishes to you. And Mr. Anup Singh, let me ask you about, you are the additional Chief Electoral Officer, and again, just to give a little provocative proposition to you about the EVMs we are hearing so much, whether the technology, which is a boon, I think, when we migrated from ballot papers to the electronic voting machine, we are all proud of the development, and we heard that world over people were coming to India to look into our achievement. And is this nervousness about EVMs justified, or you think that?
Sir, respected panelists and my dear friends, actually the conference is on mapping.
Yes, yes.
And somehow I was getting this question, not exactly that we are uncomfortable about it, but Election Commission, I believe, has said already a lot on this thing. Secondly, at least 2 officers sitting over here, besides me, sir, including you probably, must have handled EVMs first hand. I have been handling EVMs since 2004, first time when I conducted as a returning officer. On this, already Election Commission has asked, they have also said that they have given an open challenge to anybody that this is the EVM, and please come and hack. So whatever I say from on this platform, because I am an election officer, you may or may not believe me, but that open challenge is there for everybody, and please, if all the technologies, all the IoTs and whatever ABCDTs, I don't know so many words in technology, please get together and see. And see, it is not a challenge to EVM. It is not exactly a challenge to EVM. I don't like talking on this subject because honestly I'm not authorized to talk on this subject, but it's not a challenge to EVMs. It is a challenge to the Indian democracy. I'm not talking as a politician. I'm not talking as a politician. If somebody is being voted out of power, there must be some reasons. Okay, those reasons need to be analyzed. Whether it was a ballot paper, whether it was EVM, you have to see what is happening, why it is happening. EVM is just a machine. And if I start going into the details of that, sir, maybe I can talk for an hour on the EVM issue, sir, but I would like to drop the issue here. But believe me, If you believe me, or if you can believe me, EVMs are thoroughly 100% safe. I can trust my life on them. That's also. Thank you
So much for this very reassuring and comprehensive, but quick and comprehensive answer. Yet, I would like to ask you one more thing other than this EVM thing, about natural resource mapping. That, there's so much requirement of mapping the natural resources, which are getting, trampled upon or trampled upon by the people at large. We all are distorting and destroying. What is happening about mapping the natural resources and protecting them? How we can, and what is going on today and what can be done in the future?
Sir, before talking on natural resources, if you kindly permit me, I'll talk on one more issue related to natural resources. 2 days back, I was in Project Tiger, Sri Salam area, and I was going, although I'm working elections, but also since I'm an Indian Forest Service officer, so I have the privilege of, of course, everybody has the privilege of going to all these areas. So the Project Tiger field director was accompanying me, and he showed me many camera traps, sir. Camera traps basically are cameras which are having an IR sensor in it, and whenever a warm-blooded animal is passing in front of it, it is going to take the picture. In the night, there'll be flash also. In the daytime, the flash will not be there. And we saw some very beautiful pictures, of tigers being captured. One tiger sat in front of the camera only, and he was rolling, he was playing. So there were several pictures. Maybe it was there for 5 minutes, so we had, every 30 seconds, he takes a picture. So we had something around maybe 10, 12 pictures of the tiger. Now, in those areas, there is no communication. GSM network does not work. Now, Project Tiger, for that matter, Tiger is very important for our country. We have got only around 2,200 tigers left, approximately, in the entire country. So, the question that he asked me, because I have also worked as a Special Secretary IT, so he thinks I know something about IT, but I know about IT only because of meeting people like you. The question that he asked me is, do you have some method by which the photographs that we are taking in this area where there is no network to reach us real time and near real time? Today I went to that gully area and I was asking some of the technologists, and somebody told me that there is something called LoRa network which I never heard about, or some other wireless network or something which can be used for that. So it's an open question that I have asked from all of you. If anybody has got a solution, please contact me. So that is one very important part of protection of natural resources. Coming to protection of natural resources, actually mapping of natural resources is being carried out by an organization called Forest Survey of India. It has got a website, and they are doing pretty accurately, and they are doing field visits also. Besides that, sir, the state government agency is also doing the mapping. So data of what is happening to the forest areas, that is available. Why it is happening is, it's not a difficult question. It's not at all a difficult question. Because if forests are left to themselves, they regenerate, they grow. Because their requirements of development, sometimes they are lopsided, and all those people who have worked in the forest service or forest department have felt the pain of it also. Because many times we are pulled up in different forums saying that you are anti-development, you are not allowing this thing, you are not allowing that thing and all that. Recently in the project officer ITDA, Integrated Tribal Development Agency, was also complaining to me that, sir, this gentleman, your field director, does not allow the road to pass through, does not allow the electricity to go. So somewhere, it is development. If you use the word development, it's not a very nice word to use in this context. So the development versus, conservation, these issues have to be sorted out by the policymakers. Then probably we are going to have better protection.
Before second round, if we get time, let me ask you one more question. You raised a very important framework of development and conservation and the conflict between the two. Yes, is it possible to use the technology for integrating the two in a synergetic way?
Very much, sir. Very much, sir.
What is the thing you foresee?
Very much, sir. I'll just give a small example. Technology has got immense, huge, very, very huge potential in conservation. I'll give you one example. We are using watchers, fire trackers, animal trackers. We are having base camps in the forest. Base camps are all geocoded. They're on the maps. And we are still using what you were using 20 years back, the same technology, honestly. The same GPS, handheld GPS that we are using. These trackers, they are moving with these equipments. Okay, sir. And wherever they are going and what they are sighting, okay, so the entire track is getting recorded. That track is being communicated to us physically through that equipment. We download and we do it. Yes, we can have some IoT type of solution or something where they come to the base camp and from there it can be communicated at the touch of a button. We don't have any solution as such. But yes, technology has got a lot of role. Second thing I'll say is, like in wildlife protection, we have got two chunks of forest area. One is Nalamalai forest, one is the Seshachalam forest. And both chunks of forest area have got their own wildlife population, which is isolated in itself. That means this chunk has got a population which is breeding in itself, another chunk which is breeding in itself. Now, how do we connect those chunks? So this, because population has to mix, otherwise lot of inbreeding is going to, it's detrimental for the population, wildlife population itself. So when I was working in the field, I had done the mapping of both the areas and worked out a corridor between these two particular forest areas, as well as we had overlaid the revenue maps below on this particular corridor that we wanted to identify the villages and the survey numbers which have come. We had a lot of support from ISRO and NRSC. There was a project called Land Use Land Cover Mapping only, a project called SysDP. SysDP, I don't know the full form, don't remember the full form of the project. But in that SysDP project, we had done the mapping of the lands also. So after overlaying the corridor on the lands, we could identify the areas which are required for the corridor. It's a very simple application, not much of technology in it. But yeah, we could propose some of the areas out of that corridor have been given by the government to Forest Department for the purpose of corridor. Some of the areas still are in the pipeline or maybe in the pipeline.
Very good. Thank you so much. Sir. And I think, Mr. Devarishi, in the second round, if time is there, you also please give some experience sharing of what HP or you have tried out of integrating the issues of conservation, the conflict between conservation and development, using technology. Give a while, let me go to other panelists also. So now I come to Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha from the National Security Council Secretariat. It's a pleasure to share along with other esteemed panelists here. And we would like to know from you about the national security framework and how technology is helping us and how technology can help us in future in bigger way. And perhaps if you can throw some light on the role of private sector, because the moment the word security comes, then everybody thinks that maybe everything has to be done in-house only and maybe probably. So what all is possible to make things move faster and better for the people at large and countrymen feel more secure, so to say.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks to MapMindia for inviting us here. There are two dimensions that I've been asked to comment upon. One was on the national security frameworks. Well, to start with, I think we have been the first users of location-based technologies, and I can assure you that in whatever best manner that we can utilize both the remote sensing domain as well as the mapping domain, we are doing it. And as far as there are a lot of comments when we talk about the national security setup that comes on the policy aspect. So a lot of effort is being put in to refine our present policies, and we are trying to see how best we can adapt ourselves to the challenges that have been thrown in with the rapid development of technology. The updation of our policies was long overdue, and I'm glad that the process is underway, and we should be coming out with a very progressive kind of a policy framework that would allow more meaningful interaction of the private industry, or the private Indian industry with the for the government work. Now, with respect to the specifics of the role of the private sector, I think we've gone past that that ideology or mindset that private sector was not to be engaged for or to be seen with caution. I think the Prime Minister himself set the tone when he said that Make in India, and I think that is meant for both the government and the private sector. And in the new policy, that is the second iteration of which is to come out in public domain maybe in a few weeks' time from now, you would see that reflected fairly clearly. As far as we are concerned, we are now looking at leveraging the strength of the Indian private sector in the best way, because the way the private sector is able to leapfrog in terms of technology, it takes some time and inertia within the government to leapfrog because of the procedures that we have. So this is where I think the strength of the Indian private sector can be leveraged. We've seen a very fantastic demonstration of our capabilities in the private sector domain out here today. And like MapMyIndia, there are many other players who are doing a very good job, and we need to see how their capabilities can be meaningfully utilized. While at the same time, we are also looking at a more responsible kind of role to be played by the private sector in this regard, because it's a strategic technology, it's a dual-use technology, and considering the kind of security challenges that we face, it has to be used responsibly. But yes, there's a lot of scope, and we are moving towards putting in some kind of clarity in terms of guidelines, by which we would make it easier for government departments to utilize the capabilities of the private sector in a more meaningful manner.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We'll come back to you again if time permits, hopefully. And Dr. Manoj Khare, Joint Director from CDAC, Pune. Let me ask you one thing. I mean, Mr. Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha mentioned about Make in India, and so Mr. Rakesh also mentioned about Make in India. That's the right thing. We are all. And we notice that Indians are making now things around the world. I mean, they are leading, whether we have Mr. Pichai or whether we have Mr. Nadella or whether we have Nui. But is it that Indians make by India when it will convert into make in India? I mean, we are driving everything outside India, but within India, what is the CDAC's perspective of making Indian companies, doing things, making things which world will use, so to say? Or is it already happening, and what more lies for the future?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Manoj Khare. I am from CDAC. CDAC is a scientific society. It comes under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Basically, we are the service technological provider, and we develop software which is used by security agencies and other government agencies. So if you see, the CDAC role is to develop a software which use the data generated by MapMyIndia and other services. So for all these tools, the data is the backbone. Okay. Now, as you say, like for the Indian agency, now we are developing a solution which is based on the open source. Okay. So now we don't have to buy the software from the outside agency. This software will be used in Indian software. Without license, it can be so. Like we have developed software for the Indian Navy. Now we are doing for the Indian Navy. We have developed for the Air Force, and we have developed for the Indian Army also. So this kind of software. So one thing is that here again, all this tool we have developed, but data is a must. What happens if you are doing the software suppose for the internal agencies? We have developed for one particular city, very good tool, but it cannot be implemented very easily in other cities because lack of data. So if you see in India, many projects have been delayed or failed because of either data is not available, or it takes a lot of time to generate that particular data. So that's I just say because data is very important. So like MapMyIndia is doing a very good job. So now data is available. We have a very good developers in India. Okay, so we can develop tool based on the open source technology. So we don't have to go to the West, other countries to buy the software. Okay, so in that way we can save a lot of money. Okay, because we don't have to pay the license fee. We don't have to pay the license renewal fee. Data is our own. So we can do the wonders for the security officers. So security, we can develop the decision support system. It can be used by the decision makers for the deployment of forces, for the route planning, and for the resource requirement. Other thing we can do. Similarly, like initially also, CDAC was the first actually, as per my knowledge, we are the first to develop indigenous mobile-based navigation system.
Indigenous?
mobile-based navigation system. But it could not be to penetrate market because we didn't have the data. Okay, and this tool have one particular facility is very useful for the security agencies because if you are going from A to B place, and while coming, it will record the path. While coming back, if you are deviating from, then it will start giving the beep. So it is very useful for the forces which is a higher altitude, which is deployed higher altitude, or say in desert area or in a dense forested area. So like suppose in glacier area, if you are moving, and you are going by keeping yourself away from the crevices. If while coming back, if you forget the route, then it will give the beep. So you can take the same route from where you had gone. So that kind of technologies we have developed. Actually, so we have a lot of scope. We can develop many things. And other thing which I have seen many presentations today based on all are the mobile-based solution. Like if you see the security forces, especially which is CRP or other thing which are in the Naxalite-prone area, where there is no signal, you can't get the mobile signals are there. So if we can develop a chip, which is basically your wireless, GPS-based chip for the wireless system. So what will happen when it go to the wireless, based on the wireless and wireless tower, they can at least find where are they located. Once they are leaving the camp, today we don't know where are in that particular forest because mobile signal is not there. As per my knowledge, I think they don't have the chip into the wireless which they carry, GPS chip. So that way also we can do in that thing also something.
That's wonderful, sir. Now, I think, sir, you wanted to say something more also. Wing Commander Kushwaha wanted to add one more point.
There was something about the vision on the Make in India part. I think what we have done with respect to the policy is that we are trying to put the fundamentals in place so that the we put in some firm fundamentals in the policy part so that, say, about a few years down the line, we have our own Google equivalents or better. And that's the way to go because I feel that 1.2 billion people who claim, we are acknowledged as the second largest software power in the world. So if we are already at that level in the software domain, then why not in the geospatial domain? And I think that the strength of India lies in its entrepreneurship and its ability to innovate. And this is where I think with the availability of data in terms of the good work that's been done by MapMyIndia and many other agencies, and the government itself is trying to put, examining how various data can be put into the open domain. So a debate is on inside as part of our policy refinements. I think with the availability of data, IoT coming in, I see this is a good combination wherein the Indian youth would be unleashed to solve Indian problems with an Indian solution and with an Indian mindset. And I think that is where we need to push for it, and that will help also create jobs. For example, I was very glad that when one of the speakers in the previous session, he mentioned about the security aspect. And there I would like to point out, like, what are the problems that we face? Women's safety, child safety, problems of bulgari on the road or accident prone. I think it's something very, very nice he said. And that is a thing if we have, when you're driving on the car, there was a problem that was brought out that the head-up displays, there's so much of information, what kind of information do you bring in? So a guy who's driving in the night, if he just gets a blip, okay, now you are in a zone which is more affected by bulgars, or you are entering an accident zone, just that warning is enough. So he's more aware about it. So I think India has its own unique kind of problems. We have cultural aspects, we have limitations in terms of infrastructure. So while the efforts are being made to leapfrog, we are India 2.0, we have a vision of 3.0, many of our procedures are 1.0. Now it's a kind of a churn that we are going, it's a journey that we are going through. Yes, things will settle down, we'll come out stronger out of it. But in this time period itself, we can have a lot of work that can be done, which will, create the industrial capacity and solve our problems. I think this is where the geospatial comes into play because geospatial, as they say, is a fundamental of every human activity. So let's start from the fundamentals and then solve our problems.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Sanjeev Singh, I would like to ask you one more thing, listening to other panelists about role of private sector, and your government is one of the biggest procurers of services and goods also. And now private sector is being encouraged to provide services. So the question of procurement comes. Procurement, and when we talk of procurement of services, procurement of software, what are the things, and many of the entrepreneurs feel that, this is not working out for them. in terms of time and in terms of participate process itself of making a dent into the procurement process by, So what is the framework of procurement of softer things like software and other activity services? What do you visualize that to make it facilitate Make in India rather than becoming a impediment, so to say?
Okay. I think the question is about how can we involve the best technology available in the private sector for smart and effective governance.
Yeah, procurement process.
Yeah. So, as far as income tax goes, we follow a very different model than the rest of government. We try to go for a outcome-based bidding. So we create a business model first, define the outcomes which we believe we should get, and then bid on that at a unit rate. So we allow the private sector to dream to give us the best outcomes. So I'll just give an example. For example, when we started e-filing, it's very easy to say, let us set up an e-filing system, and we hope that we get returns. It will never happen. So we said, okay, we will pay the vendor per return. We'll only give estimate. The risk has to be taken by the vendor. So fortunately for income tax, we have been able to implement all these complex projects. So just to give an example, e-filing of returns, we pay approximately 9 rupees per return. And this includes setting up the entire infrastructure, the disaster recovery, the manpower, running the operations, security being taken care of, everything. There are more than 150, 200 people working there. And cost is 9 rupees something. So initially we started with, say, 20 lakh returns. Now there is very strong incentive to make it successful. Today, this year, we got 5.3 crore returns. We crossed 95%. So the bidder who bids does its own projection of numbers. Now, I'll just tell a very interesting project which I had done 2 years back. It was to create the largest data warehouse of all data, use all type of intelligence, including locational intelligence, to ensure effective utilization of information for deepening and widening the tax base. I'll put it in those words, which means we have to give that assurance to everyone that every citizen of this country is paying the right kind of taxes. This is a very difficult proposition. Plus to give an assurance to everyone that right taxes are being paid, which is a more difficult part. And that is where locational intelligence was required. Now to get a set of people who have capability of, say, setting up a data center, setting up a warehouse, integrating an analytical system on top of it, integrating locational intelligence, integrating big data, integrating a web mining technology. Now, if you look at the type of technologies we have tried to integrate, maybe 10 or more. Now, who is most equipped to do this? And what is the kind of procurement model? So we broke it down into what is the outcome we are looking at. So we said the outcome we are looking at, a taxpayer being active. So just to give an example, in income tax, we have around 28 crore plus PAN holders. It doesn't mean all of them are active. A lot of people have just taken PAN to enroll with income tax department. So we have defined what is meant by active, which means a person has filing his return, is paying taxes are being deducted. So we say, how many active taxpayers are today? We said around 5 points or 6 crore. We say, okay, what happens if it goes up to 10 crores? So we give that incentive to the private sector to drive and dream. So we create a business model. The business model consists of how many are the number of taxpayers. We'll pay an annual charge. Plus, if we find a non-filer and we target him and he files the return, we give 2x amount. I mean, some multiple of that annual charge. If we identify a taxpayer, we send a communication and he revises the return and pays some taxes, we give him, say, 5x amount. So we say, what is X? Let industry decide what is X. Now, industry builds a model to say, India today is 6 crore. We believe it will go up to 7 crore. And they bid accordingly. And that typically is a very big player. The big player in our case is L&T Infotech. We had 4 bids. The best part is, in very complex bid, with this kind of risk, where you don't even know what your receipts would be, there are people in this country, for the sake of the kind of project they are doing, they come forward and bid. So income tax bids, and this is around more than 600 crore plus. This entire system has to be set up, has to be rolled out, to be operated for 7 years, plus we set up the entire center, which means not only hardware and software, which means around 200 experts will come from the private sector to help us do it. Now, to run this ecosystem, we build a financial model to make it attractive to build, and then allow industry domain experts, technology experts to be brought in. So we selected MapMyIndia. The reason for selecting locational intelligence as an input was we wanted to know what is the affluence of a taxpayer. So a person living in Vasant Vihar, we should be able to differentiate it from a person living in a slum. So if a person who is a salaried person is paying he's paying taxes on 70, 80 lakhs of his salary income in the same locality, how come is that a private a trader is only showing 7 or 8 lakhs of income? So unless you are able to locate it to an area or locality which has a common affluence category, this will not be possible. Typically when we say only so many people pay taxes, I know, 10,000 people in my locality. So everything is based on locality. So physical world is about localities. So how do we bring in that locality aspect to assess the potential of a taxpayer in terms of both widening and deepening? So we have built around 7-8 use cases. One is when we say householding of people, so we are talking about Aadhaar and PAN, but more important is a group of people living together. So the moment we say, who are the 5 family members living together and spending for, say, LCT expenses, house tax, who are these 5 people? So we may use data quality tool, but how do we validate whether this householding is correct? That is where locational intelligence of geocoding we are intending to use. Number 2, when we say whether the person is showing the right kind of income as compared to the location in which he is staying is a use case we are looking at. If you say how many houses in Vasant Vihar, I'm just using the word, we are not seeing a return of income. That is very actionable for the person who is responsible for that location. So the moment we go for locational intelligence, and third, when we send out a person for verification, mobile app can guide him to the place. Then when we say which is the right officer to investigate, whose office is closest to the residence of the taxpayer, we use location. So all these use cases we are building. We hope, we are rolling it out from next month. So next 15, 18 months are crucial for us. So we'll be testing out using the latest technology on one of the most comprehensive data sets about financial data, we would say, about taxpayers of this country.
Thank you, sir. I think you mentioned Vasant Vihar more than once, and I am very much relieved I am not living in Vasant Vihar. Okay. So now I ask Mr. Debashish Datta the question I posed to you, sir, before about how technology can integrate the seemingly conflicting objectives of conservation versus development.
I think, again, technology has, got a huge role to play. Let me give you some of the examples that we ourselves are doing. Currently, most of it is under the CSR, perspective. But let me tell you, the concept that we have on e-health is actually providing primary medical aid, to far-off locations. We are not focusing on cities. These are the places which we are focusing on rural areas, near the villages. In fact, one of the places, a few of the places are in and around national forests, because the whole idea of this was that when we did some survey about 4 or 5 years back, and the global team had come, they found that even, about 100 kilometers or maybe 80 kilometers, away from the city, people are not getting basic medical aid, just a cut or a bruise is not getting treated, and obviously developing complications. So that was the idea. And why technology? I'm saying that, you can always, check out a room and, build some of the beds and all that in that room and provide medical services. The beauty of the concept that we started was that these things, ideally we are putting in your containers. These containers are furbished to become a dispensary, from where we are connecting in whatever possible communication to a specialized hospital. So the people who are coming there, which are typically villagers, getting not only the primary medical aid and health checkup, but also are able to consult with doctors in the hospitals. So obviously this is not something that we can say we are doing, alone and, we are the only one. We are actually working with some of, very renowned hospitals like NH, Narayana Hridayalaya, and, some of the government districts. So that's where, technology, health, conservation, all the three things come together. Other than this, if you look at, some of the mapping things that we were discussing, conservation of natural resources, I think map plays probably the biggest role in that, right? And, there is one more aspect which is extremely, extremely important to look and take care there, is the increasing conflict between man and animal. And map is where probably, and the technology on maps is probably where it can really, really make the difference. Thanks.
So I think, as they say, all good things must end also sometimes. So this very wonderful discussion with the eminent panelists in the midst of the distinguished audience has to conclude. On my part, I would like to thank all the panelists for a very, very insightful and open-hearted discussion that they allowed to take place. And with that, I think we conclude now this. I would like to say something, sir, concluding remarks.
No, I'm not supposed to, but I would like to thank you, Dr. Sudhir Krishna, and thank all the panelists for their wonderful experiences and sharing the thoughts. And with that, I would like to.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Krishna. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Mr. Verma. Ladies and gentlemen, our last panel for the day is mapping the businesses in the future. One thing is certain in the uncertainty of business. In event or any event or situation is an opportunity only if one is at the right place at the right time. Businesses of the future cannot be dependent on inexactitudes. Not all of us can be at the wrong place and still be Christopher Columbus. To ensure that we are at the right place, we have Sapna Ahuja and Ankit Bhatt from MapMy India to be our North Stars. Please welcome Sapna Ahuja, Chief Operating Officer of MapMy India, to the stage, please.
Good evening, everyone. So it was a long day. And through the day, you heard about how future looks like for IoT, for vehicles, transportation, governance, and security. This session is focused on how technology, how location as a technology is going to impact businesses in the future. And I'll specifically be talking about how MapMy India is committed to deliver all of this to your needs. But before we go there, let me talk about my map, my journey at MapMy India. I've spent over 12 years with this wonderful organization and had diverse roles. I ran map data development teams. I managed strategic alliances with partners across the globe. And I engaged with customers to understand what their key objectives are and what solutions do they really need to meet those key objectives and to meet those needs, and to ensure how we can ensure how smooth delivery can be provided to them, leveraging our products and services. And I truly feel, and in fact, I'm quite fortunate to have been able to interact with most of you over these years. And it humbles me today to say that we have learned a lot from you and have grown with you as in our customers and partners. Thanks a lot for your trust and continued support all these years. As part of the core values that are deep inculcated into each and every MapMyIndian by our founders, we truly believe and also practice that customers are the key to success of MapMyIndia. We have supported over 5,000 enterprise customers and over millions consumers and end users over all these years. And we see ourselves as location consultants who come in, understand your key strategic objectives from a short-term, medium-term, long-term perspective, and we try to figure out bespoke solutions leveraging our data, our platforms, our technology, and try to help in ensuring that it helps you grow your bottom line, your top line. It helps in better efficiency and improving capabilities within your organization. And as the businesses are growing, what we've been seeing is that data is becoming more and more digital. And as you heard in one of the sessions before, 90% of this data, this data has a location component attached to it. And so it becomes more and more important for all of us to use this data to build businesses, to enhance businesses for the future. And last thought that I have in mind right now that I wanted to share with you. So all the platforms that you have been seeing during the day from MapMyIndia, these platforms are very versatile. They are built to scale, and they're built to create and support solutions of the future, to needs of the future of these businesses. And on this note, I would now like to hand over the further proceedings to my colleague Ankit, who will be talking about how big businesses have been able to gain success using location as a technology. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So, hi everyone. So this session is about businesses of the future and how businesses large and small are transforming themselves by using maps and location technologies. But before that, let me paint MapMyIndia's landscape for you. 40 million plus businesses in India, all of which we believe can benefit from maps. We believe, and we have shown, that these businesses can halve their costs, double their productivity, and double their revenues. We have 5,000 plus enterprise customers and growing due to the value we add to their businesses. So I'm going to walk you through what some of the bigger businesses are doing. And I'd like to take a very relatable example. So I've picked e-commerce as an example. And let's walk you through the journey of the order that you place on an e-commerce website. So you basically punch your order in on the app, and that's where you put your address in. You actually key your address in, right? Then in the midst of this massive warehouse is where your product is probably located and has an indoor location to it. And then it finds its way to you via an optimized delivery route and to your doorstep. So all of this is being powered by MapMyIndia's technology today. But what's the experience going to be like tomorrow? Right? Food for thought. This is what we think. You're going to speak to your app and go, hey map, can you send this order or can you send this particular package to XYZ123, which is your e-lock. I'm sure you guys have heard about e-lock which a lot of the previous speakers spoke about right now. Then your package again located inside this massive warehouse, but now the warehouse is mapped to super precision. So a robot or a bot actually picks that up, hands it over to a drone, and the drone again, by using precise 3D mapping, reaches your doorstep. Right? This is the vision for tomorrow or for the near future. But here's the thing. All of this geospatial technology behind all of that I spoke about right now exists with MapMyIndia as of today. Right? So keeping that example in mind and going across industries, so let's say the telecommunications industry, where super precise laser maps will help 5G planning. Or we've seen these examples where the entire taxi industry has changed. It's benefited you and me and has really resulted in productivity gains in our lives. Or in a factory where you want to see what your assembly line looks like live, right? Or in the banking and financial industry where using a map, you can actually significantly reduce loan processing times. Or a small business, bringing them on a map and making them discoverable and taking them digital. That's something that's what we really aim to do, not only today, but we strive and we continue to do that. So that was a little bit about what our vision for businesses is. And with that in mind, I want to call upon stage Rohan Verma, our CTO, who's going to moderate the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit. Rohan Verma will be moderating the last panel of the day, ladies and gentlemen, mapping the future of business. And on this panel, we have Mr. Damandeep Soni from MobiQuick, Mr. Srinivasan Iyengar from Reliance Nippon, Mr. Anthony Devesi from SBI General Insurance, Mr. Patel from IFCO, Mr. Vijay Sethi from Hero Motocorp, Mr. Rajneesh Gupta from L&T Infotech, Mr. Sameer Singh from CP Wholesale, Mr. Alok Shrivastava from Reliance Group, Mr. Mukul Bafna from Arvind Internet, and Mr. Balaji Chandran from Flipkart. Please welcome all the panelists on the future of business. Rohan, the stage is yours.
So thank you everybody for being part of this panel. It's humbling for me to be here amongst a lot of illustrious business leaders, leaders of their businesses, where the businesses themselves are leaders in their industry. And you'll hear from them about literally how they are mapping the future of their business and their industry. And there'll be some incredible stories here for them to tell and for all of us to learn, those of us in the room as well as those of us watching live and who'll watch later as well. So let me start off with a question, and we can go around the dais, first on this side and then on this side. What do you see as the future of your business? And what do you see as the future of your industry? Mick, you want to talk about from Arvind? Are there some mics that? Yeah. There can be some more mics put on the. Okay, there's.
Hi, good evening. So it's a good question because on the retail side, we are at this crux of what the future should be in India with retail. And you know, if you've been reading on retail in India, you'll realize that the buzzword has always been around omni-channel, multi-channel. And this is really what the industry has been speaking about almost for a decade, if you really think about it. But in the last 2 years, what you're really seeing is this world of offline plus online really coming together for the first time in India, and retailers and brands are now focused on what should be the future of the shopping experience for a customer. So we no longer live in a world where most of us learned in business school was from a B2C point of view, there is this customer funnel from awareness all the way down to purchase and loyalty. That world is disappearing fairly fast because a lot of shopping behavior and decisions are not happening in a 30-minute session. They're happening cross-session. They're happening cross-touch points. Customers are learning in different touch points. They're buying in different touch points. And the word that comes to mind really in retail is this idea of micro moments, where consumers are digesting, searching, discovering, considering, purchasing in these micro moments. And as a brand, as a retailer in India, your job is to be present in these micro moments, to really be able to address what a customer wants, and really create this beautiful journey in terms of bringing content and context together. And most brands and retailers can do the content part pretty well. What's the challenge these days is the context. How do you stitch these journeys along and understand where a customer is, what are they looking for, where are they in their journey, and then how do you push them along this mythical funnel? So that's where the industry really is focused around, and location obviously is a very big part of the context.
Interesting, thanks. Balaji, do you want to talk about where the future is from an e-commerce retail perspective and how you're trying to make that perfect delivery?
Sure.
And tell a little bit about the checkout experience and so on.
Absolutely. The biggest thing that we look at it, right, when we look at e-commerce is e-commerce gives you the convenience of selection that you won't get in a physical store. You have unlimited selection, but we've got to have it delivered to you, give you the perfect experience to get it delivered. There are inherent challenges. Ankit made it very simple when he showed that demo of, e-commerce where you place the order and a big massive warehouse, somebody picks up and it lands it. I wish it was that easy. It is not. It goes through a lot of other processes, and believe me, Rohan and his team have helped us quite a bit in figuring out bad addresses because it helps us avoid bad customer experience. So what's the point if I take an order and I can't deliver it to you, right? So how do you avoid that? This problem is a smaller problem in the bigger tier cities. As you go into tier 2, tier 3, this just gets profound, right? How do you handle for those problems? And customer mindset is, I want to place an order now and I want it right away, right? And how do you deliver it efficiently to the customers are some of the things that we're looking forward. And just to quote some of the things that we're working on, right? I work as part of the checkout team. So our job is to, the minute you come in, you've made your decision to buy it, how soon can you get out? But at the same time, we've got to make it that you place the right kind of order, you place the right kind of product that you want, you've selected the correct address, and that, your post-order delivery experience is very good, that you keep coming back to Flipkart for more and more.
Fantastic. Vijay sir, do you want to talk about factory of the future? Because at Hero, what you guys are doing is even cooler than what Ankit showed. So,
thanks, Rohan. So I come from Hero MotoCorp. The only comment that I had initially when you said, where is future, I thought around 2 years back, if you remember Auto Expo 2 years back, our tagline was, future is now. There's nothing like future. Today is the future. Any technology that you can think of is there today. It's for us to use. Some of us use it. Some of us are planning to explore. So I'll give you 3 examples of what we are trying to do at Hero. So one is this factory of the future that you spoke about. So there's a concept called digital twin, where basically you first make a factory digitally, do all these simulations. So there are people who talk about it. Our latest factory, the current factory that we have set up in Gujarat, Halol, we first created a full digital factory of that. We produce a two-wheeler every 18 seconds. So one motorcycle which has around 13 to 1500 odd parts comes out of our assembly line every 18 seconds. And to make that assembly line and to see how we can even make it 17.5 seconds, that gives us a huge kick of productivity. So we first created the entire factory digitally, and then saw that as the new models come in, so the same line cannot be replicated. So instead of doing a replication first on a physical thing, which is costly, so we actually did a full digital twin of the entire factory and then created this thing. So that's one, at least I'm very proud of this digital twin. Second, around 2 years back, 1.5 years back, in a place called Neemrana, which is what, 100 odd kilometers from this place, we created something called a Global Parts Center, which is supposed to be Asia's, other than perhaps Japan, maybe China, I'm not too sure, but other than these two countries, most automated warehouse that anyone can imagine. We couldn't see very many. In Europe, there are a couple of them. So entire thing is robotics, and what Ankit was talking about, I think over there the locational services and things like that can play a huge, huge role, where it's just robotic arms going up to some 50 or 100 odd feet, getting the material out back in 3 seconds or 5 seconds without any manual intervention. So the future is that our thought was that as we grow, as we are world's largest two-wheeler company, but we have aspirations to grow even bigger, the volumes cannot be handled manually. And the linked part is from the future perspective, which is now that the expectations of customers are really, really increasing. Balaji said rightly that when customer places an order, they would like it to be delivered then, but maybe tomorrow when customers place an order, they might be expecting that could it have been delivered yesterday itself before even I thought of placing an order. I think that's where people are going to. And for that, you need to ensure that your own systems, your own processes, your own factories are really at a level that the level of automation is there, there's least amount of manual interventions, and there's zero chance of error. I think that's more important. You can't really send goods over there and then suddenly realize that instead of sending a package 42, you send something 43, which is not required. The last piece I'll say from future, which we're just discussing today and we're not really there, which came more from Amazon example and something which Ankit also alluded to, that say for example, if somebody's bike is stuck on a particular road, can I just pick the location, a drone moves out of my global parts center out of Neemrana and delivers it over there. Right now, the delivery might take 4 hours, 8 hours, or maybe 3-4 days, depending on the entire process. But can I just pick up the location? Can the entire thing be automated? And something goes over there and just delivers. Just think that the amount of customer experience and the customer delight that comes in is fantastic. And that's where I think if locational services and technology can play a role, it will be game-changing even for auto industry.
Fantastic, thank you. Alok sir, do you want to talk about how an entire conglomerate innovates, transforms, and prepares itself for the future? Because the kind of ideas, the kind of foresight that you have will be kind of great for the audience to hear.
Sure, thanks, Rohan. My name is Alok. I represent the Reliance Group. I am the Group CTO, working directly with Mr. Ambani's office for all new strategies and all new innovations that happen across Reliance Group. And as you can imagine, it's a large conglomerate. We have right from power generation, transmission, distribution, including in Delhi, we have BSES Power. We build metros. The Delhi Airport Metro was built by us, Mumbai Metro, highways. It's very diverse. You know, we get into Reliance Capital. We have mutual funds, general insurance, life insurance, entertainment. We do movie production, you know, radio, TV, a lot of stuff. Reliance Communications, which has now got 4G. We have a common network like Jio, so it's a common shared network. So every aspect of the business that we are into, we are seeing a massive transformation of what customers expect from us, and also what we can do to ourselves to, you know, make our businesses future ready, more from a digital perspective. And I see a lot of push coming, Rohan, from government, like you spoke of earlier. If you look at, you know, what the government is now saying on power distribution, every state electricity board today, if you go to, the losses from what they generate to what is reaching the end customers or consumers at homes, the losses are in the range of 35 to 48%. So almost half the electricity produced is lost in transmission or theft. And again, location is a very big area that, you know, they can work on with that. In fact, in Delhi and Mumbai, where we distribute our power ourselves as a Reliance Group, we have been able to reduce that from about 35-40% to about 12-14% now. And we're looking at now the next big way, which is we're doing a small pilot with MapMyIndia right now on integrating GIS with the MapMyIndia maps and to be able to dispatch maintenance teams right on time with the right spares to the site within minutes of any outage happening. Many use cases we can, you know, keep talking about it, but across many businesses, the same story is there. For example,
to your point earlier, we really want to get into context-based offerings. So, for example, if somebody is taking a flight from international airport through beacons and Wi-Fi, if you're able to identify that, we want to offer on the spot international, insurance, health insurance to him, because general insurance, we have a general insurance arm which does offer that. If anybody is taking a sport which is, potentially dangerous, we can actually give them the same offer on the spot. So we are actually getting there now. We're getting there, saying that if a commuter is getting down from a metro railway into a particular area, can we give him an offer which is contextual and time-stamped? So 8 p.m. movie offer or something like that, right? And so therefore we're creating a single view of the customer across the whole Reliance group. And we're also getting customers from outside to come and participate in that program to be able to offer those kind of futuristic offers and campaigns.
Fantastic, thank you. Samir, you want to talk about retail and with all your experience of how retail has been helped using maps and location and what you're doing with geodemographics, would you like to share some?
Hi, good evening everybody. I'm Samir. I work for a company called CP Wholesale. We're just entering into the country now, into a B2B space. But in my past life and my past experiences has been brick and mortar, and how close can we be to a customer, and how relevant are we to that customer space is what it's all about for us. And Map My India, rather, when we started off was about 10 years back, when everything was on a gut feel, where everything is good location, just take it. But then, Vasant Vihar was the example discussed. If you have a site in Vasant Vihar, definitely will work. But if you have a site in Manesar and Nimurana, will that work for a wholesale? That's the key challenge, and that's the key question. Do we miss an opportunity, or have we got an opportunity? So for us, the whole excitement was to use this geospatial data and this kind of technology to reach the end user, understand where he is, what is he, which trade area is he in, what kind of a potential we can get out of it, analyze a sales number out of it. So that kind of data dive which we did, and pretty much all the sites which we opened with this data are actually running and very profitable for various companies I've worked with. So that kind of gives me that confidence that this is actually the future there.
Fantastic. So I want to ask the BFSI panelists on the stage to give their perspective, because obviously demonetization, taxation, financial inclusion, digital cash, digital payment, insurance, these are hot topics right now for an aspirational India. We had Sanjeev Singh give a very lucid example of how the income tax department is leveraging technology and inspiring the private sector to dream and deliver. So why don't I ask the guy that he asked to dream and deliver, Sir, Rajneesh, sir, do you want to talk through the experience of actually delivering such a prestigious project, as well as generally speaking, what you see as the future?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Rajneesh Gupta from L&T Infotech, and thanks to Map My India for giving me a chance to come here. So we are executing one of the largest transformational projects for Government of India, where they have handed over the lock and keys to us. The project is going to be completely run on a boot model, where our revenues are linked to the outcomes. Now, they have given some numbers, but there is a risk appetite, and the numbers have to be validated. So those numbers are actually the account holders which we would be managing on our database. Then non-filers, adding on to the database. The main mandate or focus of this project is to widen and deepen the income tax base by use of technologies. Now, this project, was a very difficult project for us because, the numbers which have been given, they have not defined, or they have just given a reference number. And to work with that kind of a business model took a lot of risk appetite for the organization, but being in L&T, we have a DNA of taking those risks and, running all those highways, etc. And, so we kind of took that as a challenge. We are currently in the initial stages, but in terms of our expectations, we would say that whatever we see in the industry or the things which are happening in and around us, especially with the demonetization drive, I don't think we need to worry too much about those numbers, because those numbers which have been given are fairly conservative so just imagine out of a total population of India, only 24 crore PAN card holders are there, and out of those, only 4 crore or 4 crore plus people are actively paying income tax. So there's a big surplus which can be taken out from those numbers. And by using all the analytical models, we are building a lot of analytical models, going to do web mining, web crawling, text analytics, etc., which would kind of, but the whole thing is to be, completely on a voluntary and it will be non-intrusive. It will not be intrusive to an extent that it kind of starts disrupting the life of a normal person or a taxpayer. So the project is for 88 months, and just imagine government of India trusting a private entity and sharing the lock and keys and allowing the data to be shared with a private entity. But that's the way the government of India is right now thinking, and the location-based analytics will actually help. When Sanjeev Singh was here, he was talking of, so if, let's say, we analyze the pattern of somebody living in a urban or a posh location like Vasant Vihar and paying an electricity bill of thousands or lakhs of rupees and paying an income tax which is not matching up to that, that's an immediate red alert for us. So those are the models which will be evolved over a period of time, and we are in a very interesting space, I would say.
Great, thank you, sir. Mr. Devasi, how do you want to talk a little bit about how SBI looks at data and handling data and how you're addressing the challenges in the future?
Good evening all. My name is Anthony. I'm from SBI General Insurance. I think one of the biggest challenges that the general insurance industry faces is around profitability. We are in a business where the price of the product gets determined when we enter the address into the system. So location pretty much impacts the general insurance business in a huge way. A private car of a particular make model in Delhi would cost much more for the same car make and model down South India. So don't ask me why. It's an uncomfortable answer. I'm not going to tell you why. But location has a huge impact. In one of the earlier discussions, someone really spoke about, the more it is about volumes and the more business you do, the safer you are. And insurance, it's a little contradictory. The more bad business you do, the more deeper in losses you are, because you really need to identify your losses, your locations, right, where you're doing business, whether it's a fire business, which gets determined if it's an earthquake zone, whether it's a health insurance product, practically across the insurance value chain, I would say close to 70% location has an impact. So how we go about right now in conventional India is at a pin code level. Most of the insurance today who do risk-based pricing do it using pin codes. However, pin codes were designed actually to ensure that the posts get delivered, the mails get delivered, and not really for risk selection. But that's where India is, and the more granular and the more accurate information and data is available around, so I would say from a pin code level, the insurance industry would love to move to a door level pricing, both from a reinsurance perspective, because you would really want to understand how much risk has got accumulated at a particular location. So, and the industry is not yet there. And I'm sure any data at a door level or geocoding, as you call it, would really immensely help the industry. Second aspect is also about, because we are SBI, it's about volume. We have around 25,000 branches now. The merger is still going on. ABs, the associate banks are still merging, but once it's merged, it will be around 24,000 bank branches, which practically makes it the biggest bank branch network in the world. I think no other bank in the world has as many branches as SBI has. So one of the biggest challenges for us to be, we are 2,500 employees. So it's almost 10 times the branches than the employees that we have as SBI General Insurance. So it's important that we are able to optimally deploy our resources where the potential lies. So any point of interest, like number of hospitals in a locality or in a town, or the number of schools, really are interesting point of interest for selling insurance, because insurance has it's almost a direct correlation with the GDP and the literacy rate. So all these are locational information, and I feel very interesting times for insurance ahead.
Daman, you come from the new age of the payments industry. MobiKwik is big in the news, as is most other digital payments, wallets, and talk to us about peer-to-merchant and onboarding merchants and digital payments, and what the future holds for your company, industry, and so on.
Yeah, hi. So I'll give a bit of a perspective of the kind of industry we are in. Every big conglomerate today wants to start a wallet company. The competition is increasing almost daily. The government is still figuring out how to use wallets, how to promote this, and what all features, what all regulatory environment we need to thrive in. And besides that, users are still figuring out what are the specific use cases for wallets. Do we use it for big transactions? Do we use it for small transactions? What's the limit? Can I share a cab with someone and that kind of stuff? And so while we are building the user network, we also have to build the merchant network to a very large extent. And while organized retail is fairly simple, I mean, you go and you strike a deal, and all the main branches come on board. What's pretty tough is the unorganized retail, and which constitutes the larger part of India. Specifically for merchants, we need to do KYC because we are handling banking transactions. To this effect, while we take the proof of address and so on and so forth from the merchant, location plays a very important role, because we have to capture the lat long of that person at that point in time to verify that there was a person over there who identified that this is the place where the QR code went. And this is a painstaking process for us. There's a huge team working on this, and at the center of this whole thing is the location of the merchant. Once we capture that, going forward, the way we see our business growing is we are going to be a financial services platform, and besides enabling transactions, discovery also is something that's going to happen through the wallets. So specifically, what the kind of experiments we're running today is if you search for groceries within the app, all the merchants around you who are grocery enabled, they light up on the map, and so on and so forth. For an app which you think is just looking at enabling transactions, recharge, and deals and discounts, location plays a very important role in terms of discovery, and also in enabling users to avail specific services in their area. Going forward, we are also partnering with banks for a lot of the services that you guys mentioned about, like insurance and stuff like that, and I think my colleagues have already spoken about how location plays a very important role. But having said that, we are in an industry which is prone to disruption almost on a daily basis. And another example I'd like to share with you is petrol pumps is something that we've seen as a very big use case for us. And fleet owners, they started using apps like ours to figure out where they can send their drivers to get, the tanks filled and stuff like that. So the driver doesn't have to carry a list of petrol pumps now. Even if he's traveling intercity, he just pops up the app and he figures out where the credit is enabled in that city. So interestingly, payments and location, we discover a new use case every month. So it's pretty exciting times for us.
Great, thanks. Srinivasan sir, you run a large organization, and to provide your services, you have to deploy and employ lots of third-party feet on the street. So how do you manage that challenge? And I mean, how do you scale up your organization and productivity in the future?
I think the interesting thing, what I would take and sort of an anti-climax stand is people since morning have been speaking about the delivery aspect. So I look back and look at 3 stages, which are most critical to the way the profitability is going to go, the customer satisfaction is going to happen. The first one that the location service providers like MapMyIndia and others help us to actually make the revolution in that field is, number 1, am I being in the right place? The second question is, am I hiring the right person? And the third one is, am I allocating the right person to service my customer? I will just quickly brief on each. One, the question about am I being at the right place? As somebody mentioned, Vasant Vihar is a posh locality in a particular place. If I am an insurance company which is looking for class A type of a person who earns anywhere between 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, I need to know where I need to be. Second is also the fact that if I'm going into a space like insurance where, at the end of the day, somebody gives you 50,000 and you give him a piece of paper, that's trust. So how do you ensure that you bring that stickiness is to ensure that you are hiring the right person. Now, interestingly, we tried a pilot project with MapMyIndia, and which is now taking a larger scale, is should I provide incentive to the salesperson at the time when I'm hiring, just give him 1,000 rupees everywhere across the country, or put that 1,000 rupees rightly? What I mean is, we recently figured out when we were doing this exercise that you had all the red spots of customer, the density of customers in one part of the town, and in that same building you had 5 agents already, and you are trying to woo a 6th agent in the building. So the interesting thing is, across the industry, today, 80% of the agents die within 2 years of joining an insurance company. So he sells 3 policies, 4 policies, and goes out. The fundamental aspect behind this is this: why do I spend 30 days wooing a new agent, giving him some monetary concession, and then making him train, and then figure out that he doesn't have any natural market because there are 5 more agents in the same building? So that's what I said, whom are you hiring? Can I map the coordinates of the people that I have, the customers that I have, the locality in which I have, behavioral trend? The third is, how do I allocate a person to service someone? Like I said, once in 2 years, roughly about 70% of the agents in this industry act right. Somebody else has to handhold. That's what is called, the true customer service. But it's not about just allocating one number to a customer and saying that from tomorrow he is your relationship manager. He has to be a person who stays in a particular vicinity. And we started doing this brief mapping exercise by saying, when I'm allocating a new agent to when an old agent acts right, can I have a rule that within 15-kilometer radius is what it is? Because the agent feels more happy to go and visit the customer. Customer feels that if he calls the agent, there is someone coming to him. And most important is the customer continues to stay with the organization and he smoothly transitions. This, from a cost point of view, it wouldn't be a wild guess if I say anywhere between 50 to 60% of the cost of hiring this whole thing and keeping people with you can be saved by any organization. And that to me is the power of mapping at the source, even whilst I have even decided to do business in a particular place. And that's the transformation that it does to insurance.
Fantastic. Sir, do you want to give IFCO's perspective on the future and for your company, the industry, and how maps and location you're using.
Hi, I am Lalit Kumar, representing IFCO. We are basically a farmers company. Farmers are our owner, and they are marketeer, and they are consumer, both. So we are owned by more than 35,000 cooperative societies, which means around 5 crore farmers directly attached to us. So major challenge was with us to represent our business entities. We have more than 68,000 business entities, including cooperative societies, warehouses, our farmer service centers, field offices, state offices, etc. So we started this project with Map My India, and they have at least put us on the map so that we can find out where we stand in our country. So now we are able to, apart from this, we have moved forward, and we have integrated it with our business applications so that we can plot the sales and stocks of each marketing location, so that we can find out at single point of time what is the sales. And more beautiful part is that we have given the color coding. If it is less than 20% of the previous year's sale, then it comes into the red. So if we see the red zones, then we directly go to the red zones, and one step further, we have added the rainfall data also. So that because fertilizer is directly related to rainfall, so that we can identify what was the rainfall at that time and what was the sale. Why sale is not getting and rain is more? Probably there was the flood. So we are doing this with the help of Map of India. And further we would like to have, because rain is not only the one constituent, one not parameter. So what is the soil health? What is the soil texture? What is the cultivation practices? So that all this information will be there, so, and we can take the correct decision in increasing the sales. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So they say that in businesses, they say customer is king, and do whatever you can to delight the customer. So Vijay, I'll start with you. I'd love to understand from you, as you look at the future of your business, what are the things you would love to do, or your customers are asking, or you believe they want or need, that will make them delighted, make them stick with Hero, and which will drive the future for your business?
See, if you look at the way customers and their expectations and their behavior is changing, as I see this, a big amount of I which is coming, which is that each individual, each customer wants to be treated as an individual. While may think that we have 10,000 followers on Facebook or 10,000 followers on Twitter or whatever, but when it comes to my service, my bike, my two-wheeler, I have to be unique. And I think that is coming out very clearly. And though we may say that when I'm taking a decision, I follow everything what social media is saying, what my friends and family are saying, but at the time of decision, I actually kind of ignore all of them and think what my own heart is saying. And that's the change that's coming up in a big way. And that's where I think a lot of marketers, while they are focusing on all social media and everything, but a lot of them may not be focusing on that individual. And that's, as I see, the future of marketing, which also means that from a customer experience perspective, the customer experience is not about customer experience, but it is about individual experience. Can I really, as an organization, and that's true not just for us, but all the organizations, can I change my own thought process, my own structure, my policies, my processes, my way I interact, the way even when someone goes to a showroom to buy a bike or to service a bike, the guy who opens the door, that person treats him like an individual. And I think that's what is changing, and that's where companies need to work on. How do we individualize that service experience or the customer experience? The same logic and the same ethos actually comes back into products also. While I may think that all of us are buying a Splendor or a Passion or whatever other products, I want my Splendor to look very different from Rohan's Splendor. And that's, I think, or my car to look very different from other guys. We may be having same brand, bought at the same place from the same showroom, but I want it to look different. And that's where the companies have to go in from. So we started the earlier factories to reduce your cost. You went into mass production. I think it's now about mass customization. Can I really customize my products, my services to the individual needs? And that, to my mind, is the future. It's not easily done, but if those companies who can really do it will be the companies which will really gain a lot.
Yeah, you said it very well, sir. Balaji, do you want to talk about pick on that, or pick on personalization, or pick on another thread that you see is what will delight the customer, what will drive opportunities for Flipkart going forward?
Absolutely. When we look at it, right, he very eloquently put it, right, as like it's about individual personalization versus, a generic personalization that applies across everyone. There are many Indias in India. There is not one single India, right? It's for example, we saw this morning, 4% of India speaks English. The rest is, so many different languages. We don't address that market problem. We've got to address for the consumers the ability to input in any language that they would want to, right? And also, we just launched with you and your team on, using my address, auto suggest. When you start typing in your address, why should you fill the entire address if I already know such an address exists, right? We use that. Or use my location, right? Again, I just click a button, it autofills the location, and I know where exactly you are. So I eliminate all these steps in the process for the customer, making it very easy for them, right? That delights them. That makes them say that, okay, hey, I have trust in the system. I understand. They know better than what is there, and these are the things that helps consumers place the forward journey part of it. But again, we have to follow up with a good delivery experience, right? That's where again, Map My India comes into a solution for us. Is like when I give a delivery executive 100 packages to deliver, what route has he got to take, right? Does he start, what sequence does he go deliver in? All of these is because when I make a commitment that a package will be delivered to you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., I better show up at 10 a.m. and deliver that package, right? How do we make all of those things happen? Again, going back to the bigger problem that we have is we at least have a decent size address information in the bigger cities. This is, if you go to a tier 2, tier 3 location, I'm not kidding, these are the addresses that we see placed as orders in Flipkart, right? It's like, it is next to the bus stand in this town, right? So how does anybody without a local knowledge deliver a package there? Right? So these are the things that, we have to solve for. With mobile penetration going up, our tier 2, tier 3 is just going to significantly increase. And how we address that, how we delight them, how we give them a very personalized experience, whether it is their method of payment, whether it is their delivery location. For example, if you order and my delivery date comes out to be Sunday, and you've picked up your office address, if Map My India tells me that this is an office, I should tell you that, hey, this is an office address. Do you want it on Monday or do you want it delivered to your house, right? If you do these kinds of things, that's when, customers will be delighted and they'll keep coming for more.
Fantastic. Alok sir, do you want to talk about what the future holds, or how will you delight your customers? What are they looking for, those magical experiences? And you can pick from any of your businesses.
Sure.
Because you have so many to choose from.
Thanks for that. So basically, let me take a couple of examples. One is general insurance, and we are into vehicle insurance as well. And we are working on a pilot which is already live, where if there is an unfortunate accident, we don't want the customer to actually take his vehicle to the dealer outlet and get it evaluated for the amount of damage. We want to actually ask the customer himself on his own mobile phone to stream the location. Again, map is very important there, and show the damage to us on the phone itself, and we will on the spot reimburse him. So no, lots of time, and no, and we will actually be reducing a lot of costs, because today in every city we have those people who go and visit the dealer outlets and do an evaluation and all that. With this technology, we want to really have one central team sitting, where we just go, the customer himself does the survey, and we trust it because of technology that we have built behind that, and we immediately reimburse him. So that's one customer delight we're looking at. There is, of course, two sides to a coin, and we got into in the government's program crop insurance for farmers. If there is a natural calamity, we cover, farmers as well. And we came across some very interesting tactics of farmers claiming fraudulent, claims. So one particular area, farmers said there is no rain, and we knew there was rain because weather data was actually saying there was rain. But what the farmers in that area did, actually took an umbrella and put it on the government sensor, and they said there's no rainfall here, right? So we're now looking at technologies like drones. So for the areas that we survey and we cover, we want to introduce drones there. And again, be able to compensate the farmers who really deserve it and really want it immediately on the spot, not delaying their, compensation. So that's on the insurance side. On the leasing side, I'll just take one more example. We are into, also commercial finance and home finance. And today we don't know the assets that we lease or finance, where they do go, right? And so it takes a lot of time for us to really be able to give a loan. And there are many other smaller, startups in US and Europe and India who do this very quickly. They have big data analytics. They can actually do a very quick analysis of what the customer risk profile is and give a loan in minutes and hours, right? Instead of we take weeks and days. So we are actually doing a pilot right now with big data analytics to also do the same, right? I mean, be able to give a loan in a few hours or a day, or whatever. And there, of course, we really want to look at technologies like IoT. So if we do lease heavy earth moving equipment or a fleet of trucks or plant machinery, we want to put trackers on that to know where the asset that we have actually leased or financed is lying, in which part of the country, and is it really working? So there could be heat sensors, or there could be vibration sensors on machines or trucks, so that we know that they're actually being used, not cannibalized and sold off in the chore bazaar, right? So many such examples, and we are really looking forward to using these kind of technologies to de-risk our businesses and be more profitable and nimble, and delight customers with immediate loan, for example.
Fantastic. Daman, do you want to tell us what is that delight the customer is looking for, that you're aiming to solve, that magical experience which will drive the future for MobiKwik?
Yeah, so the proof of any product, I believe, is creating that wow moment. And as a product developer, you got to understand what that wow moment is. And at MobiKwik, we've got this couple of things what we kind of figured out. When the customer really feels really happy with using the product. For example, I'll give you one non-location based thing. For example, there's a payback point card. And the moment he logs in, half the people don't even know they have a card like that. And they just realize that they have 600 rupees lying there and they can start using it again. Similarly, another location-based example I'll give you is we do a lot of bus ticketing, and that's a huge business for us. And typically the user behavior is they book the ticket one way, and you reach the destination, and then when you have to go back, and that's when you book a ticket back. And while we know that he's booked a ticket from point A to point B, but we also realize that when he's close to a bus stand or to any of the key travel hubs, that's when we send him a deal notification or notification saying that, okay, book within the next 1 hour, and you can get a deal or something like that. And we do this because we bulk buy deals and figure out what needs to be done. So as a business, what it helps us to do is, it helps us it helps us a lot in predictive analytics, because we've noticed on certain routes this is pretty more prevalent, so it helps us procure the raw material much faster, much earlier, so that we can pass on cost savings to the user. So stuff like this, or on an incremental daily basis, it helps us create those little wow moments for the user on a daily basis. Also, what we've seen quite often is something as simple as recharges. Even that, we can create a whole lot of wow moments over there. For example, what we've seen is one MobiKwik user typically recharges more than one phone from his particular wallet, and that's typically a relative or someone that he knows. And we kind of get an idea of what circle that he's recharging for, so we can push specific deals to him for that particular area. again, this kind of helps the user in, in a lot of ways. So what's essentially happening now is a lot of the user behavior is changing, saying that because at the end of the day, I mean, we built this whole product with, a couple of insights. One is the Indian user likes to transact a lot. We buy sabji far more often than what the Westerners do. We like to save on every transaction. No points for guessing there. So the way we architected our product is to ensure that every time that the user goes and transacts, there is something that we give him, there's something that's there on offer, and obviously keeping our business metrics in place. And quite often, and more often than not, location plays a pretty awesome role in that.
Mick, you guys are doing such cutting-edge things on retail with personalization, with Create, with omni-channel of Gap online, Gap offline, and you're really thinking through the retail store experience of the future. So tell us, what's the most delightful, multi-session, omni-channel, personalized retail experience?
So, just piggybacking on the ideas that the rest of my panelists here have been talking about, it comes down to this idea of providing smarts, right, if I have to boil it down. Selling to a customer, especially on the B2C side, is not about discounts and incentives and trying to understand how low your customer acquisition cost can be, right? It's about fulfilling a need, fundamentally, right? Because what you're in the business of is jobs to be done for a customer to fulfill a need. Now, a lot of businesses, especially in the retail side, have been working very hard over the last few years to connect the dots for a customer, right? Do I have the IT in place, my tech stack in place in a store? Do I have my POS, my order management system, my ERP, my recommendation engines, everything to sell to a customer better? Faster checkout, stuff that esoterically makes us feel better because we're doing the right feature level decisions. But then the question you ask yourself is, are you really solving the need for the customer? Are you really solving what are probably 10 core shopping needs in fashion? So, a journey would be, for example, you're a fashionable guy, I love what you're wearing, I want to buy that. That's a real need, right? Now, if you give me a discount to buy it, that's a conversion initiative, but it's not a need. But I love what you're wearing, that is a need. Most brands today can't solve that need. You inspire somebody with a billboard, but the next step in that journey is a drop-off. Because I don't know how to take you from a billboard or from a magazine to a touch point where you can buy. Right? So what's missing in this equation is not technology or features or smarter checkout, better delivery. It's how do you bring smarts to a customer journey? On the retail side, a lot of it is just simple ways for you to create an experience where a customer can make that next jump in the journey. Right? So imagine if I could, I'm brainstorming here as I said on stage with you, if that billboard was geotagged, right? And you could quite simply just take a picture of that, right? And as a retailer now, I spent enough to actually invest in my retail stack where I know my inventory around that billboard. Imagine if I could drive you there from that billboard to a store. These are simple ideas. These are not game-changing behavior. But fundamentally, what we've done as retailers and brands in India is, I use this analogy quite frequently, and I think it's apt here also, is, it's like giving somebody, if somebody comes to you and says, I need a computer, and you give them a keyboard and a mouse and a display and a motherboard and some RAM, and you say, here's your computer, and it's all well put together, and it's assembled for you, and you give it to them, and they say, you know what, you've given me the hardware, but what's missing, right? What made the computer usable is not the hardware. It's actually, and made it accessible, is actually the OS, the smarts, the operating logic. Today, what's missing in retail is operating logic, exactly that, which is, you've done your part in inspiring me or creating awareness, but what do I do next? Right? Stop marketing to me. Actually help me figure out how do I go forward in this journey. So as retailers, for us, the biggest push is, give them all the channels that you can shop through. But how do you connect those channels? How do I go from a billboard to a store? Now imagine you walked into a store and you saw a billboard. How do you tell that guy, I want that? These are very basic, conversations. And then you finally convince him that that's what you want on that billboard. But then you realize you don't have price discovery, and you don't have size discovery. So 20 to 40% of the time you walk into a store, you won't find that particular item in your size, in the price you want to pay. Now, all that should probably have done early in the journey, where the reason you're walking in is to buy, not to figure out all these things in the journey. So these are the kind of simple things you can do. Now, personalization, AI, that comes much later. Once you're in the store, I can do all that with you. But get you in the store is the first challenge.
Fantastic. Srinivasan sir, people buy life insurance for some kind of peace of mind. So what is the thing that you need to give to them so that they feel relaxed, have peace of mind, which will make them come back to you for generations, I want to say?
Just two things. When they are alive, ensuring that they are serviced well. When, for God forbidden reason, they are no more, ensure that the payment is made on time and quickly. I think that's what any insurance company exists into. The way many of us have taken care of when you are alive, some part of it in different forms. There are these technologies that we talked about, including the location, etc., etc. For example, if a person is going to do a paragliding, there are predetermined paragliding spots in this country. You don't just go for a walk in a paragliding area. Suppose if I am having a facility by which, of course, prior consent with the customer, that I get him tagged and I can tell him that he is presently not covered for certain risk, should he just want to opt in for a day or two. Now, this is a far better way of telling the customer that, look, your policy doesn't cover a paragliding accident risk. You want to cover it. And should for some reason be, and we do get cases like these when it comes to claims, we say that, he died in paragliding, he was not covered, I'm sorry, therefore I can't pay you. Now, can I reverse that position? A small thing like this makes a huge difference. Like I always love to say, for an insurance company, you always boast 95% settlement ratio, 98, 99. But look at the point from a claimant's point of view. His is one policy, he didn't get it, it is 0 settlement ratio. How can I make that difference? And to me, using these points to bring about a technological change, to serve you when you're alive and to ensure that your family is taken care of when you're not, that can make a leap and bound change in the way we look at insurance in the first place.
Oh, what a fabulous way of looking at this. So, Prime Minister Modi loves farmers. How do you ensure that your customers, your owners, you said, succeed? And what are the next big things they are looking for? Alok sir talked a little bit about crop insurance. So tell us about what are the next big things that farmers need which will drive IFCO's growth business?
IFCO has already diversified in insurance. You have ITGI, IFCO Tokyo General Insurance. We are issuing value-added services through our joint venture, IFCO Kisan Sanchal Limited. And we are providing the pesticides through IFCO Mitsubishi Corporation. We are providing marketplace to the farmer so that everything he wants from producing to harvesting. So everything should be there. So his crop should be insured, it is there. He should be insured, it is there. We are giving Sankat Haran Bima Yojana. So every bag he purchases, we give the 4,000 rupees insurance cover, so that in any accident, so he gets the cover up to 1 lakh. And so our perspective is that the farmer should get the best of the services from our side in terms of what he requires. So we are trying to do this. And yesterday Mr. Modi inaugurated our township at Kalol, that is in Gujarat, our mother plant, cashless township. So we have cashless township in Kalol and Kandla in Gujarat. So we are we have tied up with many payment gateways also, so that they can buy and sell products on our e-commerce portal, ifcobazaar.com. It is already in place, and we are getting orders. We have launched these services few years back because this is our golden jubilee year. So we are celebrating this year, and our managing director made an announcement yesterday for organic farming. So we are the one company who tells do not use the fertilizer. Use balanced fertilizer, and we are working in that direction.
Great, thank you. Anthony, do you want to talk from SBI's perspective and general insurance perspective? What will drive the future? What are customers looking for, and what will drive the growth in your business in that future?
Before I answer that, we need to talk. We're really looking at increasing our crop insurance next year, so we should talk after the. There's a joke that goes around in the insurance industry. If a person would have had left the insurance industry, say 25 years back, and would have now come back to this industry, he would have found no difference, because I think the industry more or less sells the same product, has the same, more or less the same distribution model. Obviously, we're trying to get into direct, but it's very insignificant at this point of time. And essentially, the customer service model is again the same as Mr. Srinivasan said. The person buys a policy. We try to service him when the policy is there, and God forbid, if there is a claim, we settle the claim. It's a pretty reactive model, and that's how the industry has largely been operating. Fortunately, in the last few, I couldn't say few years, but maybe a year or so, I'm seeing a lot of organizations moving to a reactive, a proactive approach from a reactive approach. And that's about, no customer really enjoys going through the claim process. As far as possible, he would want to avoid claiming on his policy. So a lot of organizations now, through telematics, especially where you actually track the driver behavior, they've actually taken it beyond tracking driver behavior to actually keeping the customer informed about the happenings in the locality and where they are driving, or to the destination that they're going. If there is anything that's going wrong, how do you proactively tell the customer or give some valuable inputs to him which can help him correct his course? Now, that's really creating the customer experience that's really missing in the industry. Again, wearables are getting really big in the industry, wherein I know a lot of general insurers and standalone health insurers actually giving wearables to their customers so that they can track their behavior in terms of what kind of lifestyle they are leading, and actually offer discounts when they come up for renewals. So this is where I feel the industry is shifting to, and it's essential. So that person who comes back to the industry back after 25 years really sees that the industry is getting proactive in managing and creating that wow experience.
Fantastic. Sir, I mean, the L&T Infotech story is just something incredible, actually. I mean, L&T in general, it's an example or role model for many of us in the industry. So from your perspective, what are it that your customers, and you have big customers who want you to deliver on big gestation projects, what are they expecting, and how are you planning to look at growth for your business?
Initially referred to this project itself, where we are going to be touching a normal citizen of the country. So one of the main areas or objectives that we have is to create a very clean profile of a citizen who is paying tax. And, the whole ambit of this project is to completely make, paying of taxes by a citizen in a non-intrusive manner. So it's not that you will go after and hound the normal tax-paying citizen or a law-abiding citizen. So it will, so creating a profile with a 360-degree view, social profile, technology profile, and all those components stitched together will help in creating a profile of a taxpayer. And then we are going to be running 2 operational centers. So one is known as INTRAC, which is an income tax transactional analysis center, where all the data from various sources will come and the transactions will be analyzed, and this will be done by domain experts or tax research specialists, etc., etc. The other part would be, there is a compliance management cell which has been set up by Income Tax Department. So this cell
is a cell which is very, very user-friendly and user-centric. And, we are going to be setting up a contact center for a citizen to call in. And if, let's say, there is a case which has been registered or some wrong tax has been deducted, etc., the moment you call in with your credentials, automatically the information will pop up and, you will get information on a very helpful manner. So that's an ambit or goal that we are working with. But, coming back to the L&T Infotech, we have recently gone public. We have released our IPO. And our chairman emeritus, Mr. Nayak, he says that any business that we do, we should be number 1 or 2. So that's the aim that we are working with. And there are a lot of changes happening within the company. And analytics and associating with partners like yourself is the key area that we are focusing on. So in this project, there are around 35 to 40 different partners that we have to manage and work with. And it's a project of close to 8 years where we are going to be managing the complete transactions on a boot model for the income tax department. So it's a game changer now. I used to work earlier with Wipro, and a lot of companies were not keen to participate in a project like this, where the appetite of risk and numbers which are projected, if they don't come true, then you are completely lost. You have already invested 300, 400 crores worth on the equipment, and the recovery is only on managing the accounts or the income taxpayer database. So if that database somehow does not tally with the numbers which have been projected, and let's say, with Mr. Modi over here, he changes the rule of the game and, you don't have to pay an income tax. Maybe 2 years from now, then the whole project, we will end up losing big time money. And that's what scares us, So the next 2-3 years for us, specifically in this project, are going to be very critical.
Great, thank you. So, Samir, you're in the business of generating business. So, tell us what's in store for merchants, what's in store for outlets. Your customers have their own customers. So, what will drive you and the growth in your business in the future?
See, currently, we are targeting most unorganized sector, which is the B2B player, which is the mandis. So, the whole thing is all about supply chain, getting the right supply chain, getting the right cold chain in place, providing the right market to the farmers. So pretty much if we get that in place, we have a very strong future there. And with the new FDI laws, with the new 100% in food retail, a lot of things are evolving. And I see that's something which would really bring it in. And with technology partnering us, definitely that the whole game will change in terms of delivery to the end user. So farmers now directly can sell to an aggregator or to a wholesaler or to the direct, to an organization, to a corporate. So if all those things come in, things really will evolve. And that I think would be the customer, and the future is pretty big there. And that's a big one.
Great. So I think if I had to summarize the great things that we learned from these illustrious panelists, it's about the future of business is about personalization. It's about productivity. It's about proactivity. It's about being practical also. And I think the common thread that we saw here was the passion that they have for their business and their customers. And that's what will drive the future of business. I think India is in safe hands. The GDP will continue to grow fast if your businesses continue to grow well, which I'm sure they will. So thank you, everybody, to share your thoughts with the audience. It was definitely a great learning experience for me. Thank you. I think we can take some photographs.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, panel. Rohan, I'll request you to stay on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, with this this was the last panel for the day. We are at the close of MAP the Future conference. However, there's one very important summation session which is left, which will not take too much time, but it's extremely important to sum up the day's events and to look into the future. The vision for MapMa India is to make our world better through maps and location technologies. And to help us navigate the future, we request Mrs. Rashmi Verma, co-founder of MapMa India, to join Rohan Verma to give us a perspective on how we should close the day and how should we look into the future. Mrs. Rashmi Verma, please.
Hello. So, Mrs. Verma, the company that you started in 1992, you were the actual founder, right? Mr. Verma joined you as co-founder. So so tell me, you heard people from the industry, businesses, governance, security, vehicles, transportation, IoT, a lot of Make in India companies, a lot of startups. What did you make out of today? What do you see as Map the Future?
Okay. My answer is going to be very different. There is a lot of technology that we discussed today. There is a data stack, which is a platform. On top of that, different technologies are running. For example, advanced map, data acquisition, machine learning, artificial intelligence, user experience, which has to be very, very nifty and very, very smooth, software, which has to conform to this user experience that is designed. So this is all technology part. But when I think about Map the Future, I am thinking today that, for example, if you take a company like MapMa India, there are quite a few young idea-generating professionals in the company. And we have over 750 people. But the thing is, today's market requires the Map the Future is about people. These people in MapMa India, we are constantly keeping them energized by putting them in different areas so that they keep generating new ideas and they're adaptable to changing technologies. So if a job, for example, within the company goes obsolete because we have automated it, then the person is reskilled and upskilled. And if we are going to have a disruptive solutions that will change the way we move from one place to another, the way we buy things, clothes, food, etc., and a lot of different disruptive solutions that will change the way we, our quality of life, then these 1.25 billion Indians will have to become very, very adaptable. So there is a lot of requirement for the future to upskill them, to prepare them for all these disruptive solutions. And the adaptable people are going to be very educated, solidly educated, and education brings adaptability to oneself. And this is going to happen right from the childhood, right from the home. So I'm going to talk about mapping the future also means empowering the women at home, empowering them to come out, contribute in the development of the country, and to educate or guide their children to become more adaptable so that they can build and conform to the new ways of doing business. Thank you.
So as, as somebody who's looking to upskill himself or herself, what were the 4 or 5 takeaways from my perspective? Well, the first is this idea of having a vision. And I think you heard from all these panelists today, their vision for the future. And they've tried to understand what will the world look like. And then you heard about their mission, their objectives, how they are trying to navigate their organization towards, or their industry towards that future. You heard about the strategies that they're looking to take, because that's where they figure out how they can extract maximum value as they approach that vision through their mission. And finally, you heard about what specific activities they plan to do to execute on that strategy, what technologies they will use, what scenarios they will unlock, what experiences they will offer, and how maps and location will play a critical role there. And I think finally what I understood from you, Mrs. Verma, is the value of values. And if you have values and you adapt and you learn, you are future-proofing yourself and you're mapping a better future for yourself. So do you want to give any closing thoughts before we wrap
My
the panel up?
closing thought also will be for people who are near retirement or have retired. I mean, there is nothing like retirement today, and I can be a living example. I have also adapted, and I am also contributing. So I think anybody who thinks he has retired, I mean, there's still many more years for you to adapt yourself and contribute. Thank you.
So on that note, thank you all for being here with us. We have some great time remaining in Culture Gully with an experience zone where you can actually interact with products, with food, with drinks, with entertainment. So yes, please go and meet some people in the real world, immerse yourself, and have a great night. I'll let the MC take it over. Thank you for joining us for Map the Future's first flagship conference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Verma. Thank you, Rohan. And as Rohan said, there are some incredible launches happening in Culture Gully, and we shall also be announcing APMA India's contest winners. Please join us in Culture Gully and have a great evening. And many thanks once again for being here with us today. It was our pleasure to be with you today. Thank you. Bye-bye.